folks. Let's do this shit. Alright. Last we left off, after battling the Archmage Rizahl in Adarok and being teleported to the northeast part of the continent near the village of Serene, we found our group of adventurers known as the Taskforce in the port city of Luskan. You helped your friend Konrad get revenge on the group of Yetis that slain his parents and witnessed his weapon become infused with some divine magical energy. You made your way back to town with your spoils, and you took the day to regroup, relax a little, and do some research. You all went to the various shops in the Suncuss Bazaar, bought some items, and did some window shopping as well, before splitting off to do your own things. Trios and Gallandale went down to the docks, where they learned that Luskan seemed to run a very tight ship, and all commerce and travel going in and out of town seemed above board. They also spoke to Davin Forsyth, captain of the Spirelight, an airship you saw flying into Cloud Harbor. He told you they had just docked from a rather long journey and were always looking for work.
What's this song from?
Pillars of Eternity. I'm sure you've heard it on Critical Role, though.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, you definitely heard it on Critical Role. It's like, this is like one of my favorites.
Good one.
I love this fucking song. So yeah, you guys met with the captain of the Spirelight, and Trio said that he would maybe reach out to him if you guys were looking to use the airship for future travel. He then made his way to the Temple of Grelin, where some of his monk order resides here in the city of Luskan. He learned of a group named the Association, which sounded strangely familiar to the Syndicate. This clandestine group that mainly operates in the High Elf country of Ilena were trying to use the docks to carry out illicit business, but they were chased out of the city by both the Crimson Guard as well as many of the dock workers. Fassbender retired to his room of the inn, where he began to study the spellbook you found on Rizahl. You learned quite a bit about the Windbearer himself, and also the world of Haven. And you also uncovered the riddle and the key for the rune cryptex that you all found on him. Konrad and Rin made their way to Nun's Harbor, where they visited the Temple of the Sun. You learned the story of Alden Silverblade, an elven ranger and previous champion of Rainfur, the god of the sun, who wielded your bow Aberralis during the Golden Age. You learned more about the vestiges of divinity, powerful items created by the gods, and used during the Ascension Wars to defeat and banish Mirkal the Ascended, a powerful mage who became a lich and then ascended to godhood. That night, most of you took in the fanfare of the Festival of the Moon, essentially a glorified flea market that celebrates a successful harvest season. Konrad ran into Rivendor, the father figure and husband to Zerafina, who took you in during your youth in Serene. Afterward, you and Rin had a deep conversation. You told her about the dreams you'd been having, where she then told you she would walk through hell for you, and assured that your newfound family, the task force, would as well. She then gave you an unexpected kiss, and you both retired for the evening, and we all know what you guys did, right? That night, you had a dream where you spoke to the god Rainfur himself. This giant, sun-lit figure spoke to you about destiny and the path that lies ahead for you and your group. He also disclosed that you may be running out of time. Regulus found himself in the Temple of Hor, where you met Keeper Kofina and High Guardian Grom, a massive Goliath adorned in plate armor. You spent most of your time there reading your tome and ended up dozing off. You were then met by your patron, revealing his true form to you. He told you, you and your friend's paths are more intertwined than you could think. You chose to stay up and read for the remainder of the night. Exhausted and truly wanting to test your mettle, you chose to attune to the Mark of Tyranny, the dark blade once wielded by Zavil. You then asked Grom to spar, in which a battle of epic proportion ensued. The rest of your friends, wondering where you had been all day and wanting to tell you about their findings, made their way to the temple. Along the way, Konrad ran into Kreglor, who gifted you with a map of the Valandrian Islands he had commissioned long ago. Deciding he had no real use for it and hoping this would inspire you to visit the homeland of your mother, he took this map off of his wall and he gave it to you, Konrad. He joined you all in the temple, where he showed you some of the key points of interest on the map. And in the temple, you guys heard a commotion where you found your friend Regulus crossing swords with the Guardian Paladin there. You watched as they fought, all while this black swirling energy encircled Regulus, suffusing him with some form of unholy power. Regulus fell, as Grom just barely escaped defeat. Interesting point. I said he had 1 hit point.
Yeah.
I forgot to do, he has a reaction called Stone's Endurance.
Yeah.
So he probably would have had a few more hit points than that, but still, that was an epic battle, man. Good shit. Kofina offered you all breakfast in a temple, where you all caught up and told each other about your previous day. Fassbender told the group of his findings in Rizahl's spellbook, and that is when you all solved the riddle and unlocked the cryptex, where you found a small piece of black opal inside. Fassbender cast Identify, learned the nature of this item, and by uttering the command word Edro, you uncovered a series of letters that Rizahl had locked in his moat for safekeeping. And that's where we left off, Task Force. At this point, Keeper Kofina and some of the other priests of the temple are bringing out food. There's eggs and bacon, there's other cured meats, some fruits and various vegetables. Looks to be some like fried potatoes, some various cheeses, and freshly baked breads as well. I actually forgot. I have a thing of cured meats that I forgot to take out, so we'll get to that in a second. So, Task Force, you have these letters before you. Regulus still has this ominous black energy looming over him, and breakfast is served. The rest of the day and the city of Luskan is yours.
So I have this black energy, like...
Yeah. Keeper Kofina looks to you. Regulus, I think some introductions are in order.
My apologies, my lady. Brothers and sisters of the Temple of Horror, I'd like to introduce you to my companions. We have Fassbender, Konrad, Trios, Rin, who is wait, what? When did this happen?
That was under my breath. You didn't hear it.
Okay. And Rin, who serves, I forgot the name of the god.
Tyr, the god of justice.
God of Justice.
She actually grew up in the Temple of Horror in Sandok.
Okay.
And she kind of says that to Kofina as well. Rin, interestingly enough, she looks at you. Is everything okay with you? You look like shit, and you have this black cloud over you. And as you guys are now like taking in the sights of Regulus, you saw him from afar while they were sparring. He has these pools of black underneath his eyes. It looks like attuning to this dark blade left some physical alteration to his appearance, not just this black swirling energy.
I spent the last few days reading the manual, and I attuned to the Sword of Tyranny. I wanted to test my fate.
There's still a black cloud over. Like,
Yeah, it's just like this swirling, almost like a tornado.
Like Pigpen from...
Yeah. Yeah.
Pigpen of evil energy.
My chemical romance.
At this point, Kofina actually postures to Rin. Rin, dear, do you have any diamond dust? I'd like to see if I can do something for him. And Rin's like, yeah, sure. And she reaches into her component pouch, and she just puts out her hand, and Kofina holds out her hands as well, and she puts this crushed diamond dust into Kofina's hands, and Kofina kind of holds the dust in her hand. She grabs her holy symbol and she touches Regulus's shoulder, and she begins to cast Greater Restoration. After she mutters this incantation, the swirling black energy is still there, but you do get a point of exhaustion removed from you.
Nice.
Can I get a bump of that?
I don't think you want any of this, Fassbender. Kofina looks to you. I was trying to remove this dark energy inflicting you, my boy. I still believe I can help you if you'd like. You may have to unattune to it, but I also may need to cast a different spell.
Absolutely. Perhaps after breakfast?
Sure. I understand why you wielded the sword, Regulus, but I just want you to know, you should never doubt the kind of warrior you are. Your whore's chosen. He would not have picked you if he thought you could not stave off such evil and tyranny. I'm sorry for what happened to your friend. Unfortunately, he did not have the will of a champion. But perhaps his failures were meant to highlight your successes and show you the true path of Whore's emissary.
Thank you for that.
Alright. Rin, sitting next to Konrad, she kind of like nudges you and like slightly under her breath, any dreams last night?
Didn't we sleep together? Wouldn't we talk about that already? Before
If you did, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
She probably heard music. The dream music.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to role play, like, not only that conversation, but maybe to try to glean some information from her, you definitely can.
I don't remember what I dreamed.
I
mean, I think
it was
I
just,
remember.
you met the god Rainfur, the god of the sun,
Oh yeah.
and he is the one who, basically the
Just
bow,
like-
Aaelisin, that's his vestige of divinity. Also, I believe the keeper of the temple, blah blah blah, Keeper Laszlo, he told you yesterday that Rainfur was the one who tasked the Celestials and the Andaris to remove the fiends after the Ascension War. So yeah, Laszlo thought it was a bit of destiny that you, being of Andari blood and having the Aaelisin, it just seemed all to be working too perfectly, you know? So then Rin looks to the rest of you guys. So what's our plan?
I still need to finish reading this manual. I need to do a little bit of research. I had a crazy vision last night. The god of horror appeared in my dreams. Spoke to me.
The god of horrors.
Alright.
Sorry.
Horror.
Yeah.
Very demanding.
I know what you meant.
Spoke to me. And he mentioned that our destinies are intertwined. Konrad, you brought up your name as well too. Something I want to talk to you about later on. Perhaps noon?
Should I worry?
Definitely not. Sorry, what was I dreaming about?
He spoke highly of you, and you remember too, actually, Rainfur spoke highly of Regulus in your dream as well. So, it really wasn't about anything. It was more so just horror telling you that you're on the right path.
Yeah.
Your fates as a whole are intertwined. Also, the big thing in your dream, Konrad, is Rainfur told you that it was no coincidence that the Temple of Horror gave you that bow. You know, and you thought initially, and you know, it wasn't Fassbender's fault. He just cast Identify, and that's the information that he gleaned from it. You just thought it was a normal oath bow, but killing the Yeti and gaining this sense of redemption kind of awoken something within the bow, and now it has these newfound abilities.
Rainfur.
Is the god of the sun and the hunt.
So he doesn't like physically really exist that you could interact with him. He's just like a
You could try.
god.
You could try.
No one's interacted with gods physically.
I mean, through like trance states
burning
and stuff.
bushes
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Rin kind of chimes in. I don't speak to my god Tyr quite often, but he does come to me in visions every now and again. And you did mention you have a guide named Galadriel, right? He's the celestial that speaks to you. Maybe Rainfur is kind of using him as his vehicle of communication. Galadriel was he's the celestial that you've had dreams about. He was the one that showed you your parents.
Okay.
Cool, thank you. Remember that scene where your mother and her father got in that argument and she stormed off and he was like, "You'll forever be known as Everest the Fallen"?
Yeah.
That was Galadriel.
Okay.
He also initially came to you in the form of your mother, but then later on he told you that it was him, and he just thought it would be, you wouldn't like, welcome just some weird celestial deva that they have this like bluish green silvery skin, and so he figured, let me show up as Everest first.
How many days has passed already?
Since when?
Since we killed Rizahl.
Rizahl?
It's still less than 10 days, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been, what? You killed Rizahl the day of you made your way to Serene.
Yeah.
Then the day after you made your way to Luskan. The following day you killed the Yetis. And here we are... No, then it was, yeah, so it's been about, you're on the 5th day.
5th day?
Yeah.
Alright. Guys, I still have Rizahl in my bag of holding. I think we could use this opportunity to maybe learn more about who's after us and learn more about Rizahl and why he's after us. He did mention that his brother will come for us.
Gallandale kind of peers in. We do have these letters, too.
Wait, what letters?
You saw this all happen.
Oh wait, was I there though? Because I was still in the temple. Reading.
You're all in the temple. Kofina is feeding you guys.
No, about the letters. When did that happen? Oh, I know. Okay.
During breakfast, or as Kofina was preparing
Yeah.
breakfast, you guys were talking about the spell book. Fassbender was like, "Hey, I found this key and riddle," and then you unlocked the cryptex.
You have his journal too, right?
But only partially read.
Only partially read. You have to uncover more, but you did convey that information to them.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Sure.
Do you want to wait later on until we just think of questions to ask?
I mean,
You still have 5 days left, though.
we do. I don't
If you
know.
keep them in there for 15 days.
10 days.
the spell Speak with Dead. You need to have a corpse that's able to at least like move its mouth and stuff. It has to have been dead for 10 days or less.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Rin's like, let's just get that out of the way so you don't have a dead rotting corpse in your bag of holding. That
Yeah.
can't be that good, right?
You now?
It's gonna ruin that new bag smell.
Yeah, that nice fresh leathery bag spell. I mean, let's not do it at breakfast, right? But
No guarantee we're gonna get anything useful out of Rizahl anyway.
that is true. The spell does say that you cannot, if they want to avert the truth, they can. They can omit certain truths. They don't have to answer the question either. But I mean, I have the spell prepared, so we might as well do it.
Yeah, let's do
I mean, if he doesn't tell us anything, we can still mess around with his head.
it.
Three Stooges.
Some Weekend at Bernie's shit.
What are you gonna do, kill me?
Rin also says, I've been working on a different kind of spell. I know you have that necklace of dragon teeth and bones. I was wondering if I could have it. I kind of need it as a spell component.
Sure.
Okay. So she takes that from you. This spell, I can basically ask my deity a certain question, and while he won't give me an exact answer, it'll kind of lead us in the right path or the right direction. So we could certainly give it a try. The only thing is, it has to be a question about something that we're going to do within the next 30 minutes. So let's come up with a plan, and then maybe later tonight, before we go to bed, I'll cast the spell and see what our next course of action is. I also prepared sending, if any of you guys wanted to send some messages to anyone. I know we're kind of far from home, or what we had as a home, so...
Yeah, maybe later today. I still have some studying I need to complete. And Kofina. Where's Kofina?
She's kind of sitting there listening intently to you all.
Where's the nearest library here? Just gotta learn more about Rainford and a few other deities.
Well, there is... And I'm sure you're...
What happened to the giant that was with us?
He's there.
Oh, he's there?
He is still there. He's he kind of passed up breakfast. He said that he already ate, and Kofina was like good because we didn't prepare enough food for a giant. But this is like one of the only structures that he would actually fit in, aside from the crowbar, and he wanted to kind of speak to Konrad about the map that he gave him. So he is still there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Would he fit on the airship? You have to run.
It probably would weigh a certain side of it down, but last session, Konrad did say, because he gave him the map, and he was like, why don't you come with us? And he was like, this is my home now, yeah. So you're getting the sense that he probably won't, but, you know. So to answer your question, there is... Well, we have a very small library here, but any of that information I've already conveyed to you.
Do you think they have anything about the sign assembly? Perhaps maybe the second catalysm or the Great Pilgrimage?
Well, I would say your best place to start would be the Whittemore Conservatorium.
Okay.
You can meet with the archivist there, the High Archivist Aldor Dunlock. That would be a good place to start. Unfortunately, you have to pay to enter, and your time there would be limited.
What
But
is the cover fee?
I'm not exactly sure. You'd have to speak to Aldor, but I'm sure it's nothing you all can't afford. So
I'll check it out later.
there's also the Temple of Grelin, which your friend Trios here, some of his monk friends reside in. They don't have a library or archive, but they are keepers of knowledge, so you might be able to glean some information there. But I would start at the conservatorium. It's probably your best bet. Rin looks to Trios and Regulus. I have this shield that I never really use. You basically speak a command word as a bonus action, and it'll animate and follow you around. I know you use a two-handed sword, so I thought it might be a good option for you. And I know you are always just using your hands, so maybe you could, animate the shield, and it could protect you. I do think, though, for you, it would take away your unarmored movement, so you would lose movement speed. So I don't know if it's really worth it for you, but it might be a better fit for him. And then also, I was telling Dave this, I think, last session. It might be good for you, especially if you have an extra slot in your equipment to attune things, to have the Staff of Striking. That shit, when he levels up, when you level up,
use the staff.
yeah, you can use the staff, and I think when you get to like level 8 or 10, instead of dealing the D8 worth of damage, you'll be able to deal a D10 worth of damage and still be able to use one hand. So it might be worth it, especially if none of you guys are using it. I know you have it in your inventory right now, but it's probably best in his hands.
Okay, I'll take it.
You'll take the animated shield?
Great, thank you so much.
All right.
Does it just like sprout legs and like follows you around everywhere? Like,
No, it kind of like floats. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna now make an animated shield that sprouts legs and follows you around. All right, I'm gonna take that off Rin's
I would see it
inventory.
like, you know how they, I don't know what game that is, but they make like 3 shields and it like rotates around you, like that type of thing.
Like
Picture Final Fantasy doing that.
League of Legends, I think, or something. I don't
Yeah.
know, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it literally just follows you around. I mean, and what you could do is you could have your greatsword sheathed, and just hold it in your hand. Speak the command word as your bonus action, and then as part of your free action, you can unsheath. So it's not going to really do anything. And the reason Rin doesn't use it is because she's always using her bonus actions for either extra attack
Yeah.
or like healing word is a bonus action. Some of her other spells are bonus actions, so she wants to just free up that option. So
It's like Doctor Strange's cape.
essentially, yes, actually. And yeah, that's actually a good way to put it. So yeah, you can add the animated shield to your inventory. I would also like to maybe take a trip around town to see if we could find any chalices for a feast or two. So we're out, and if we're gonna be
Yeah, we should do that.
heading north to help Konrad,
Is it too late to prepare a spell? Or
I would say you do that. You can't prepare because you haven't finished a long rest.
ah, yes, right.
Yeah, so you're asked out.
If you guys want to wait till tomorrow, I have the spell locate item. If you're looking for a specific chalice, or
That would be actually. I think you could do that. It's 1,000 feet range though. Keep that in mind.
Wow.
So I mean, maybe in Luskan, if you like, you know that all the shops are in the Suncuss Bazaar.
Yeah.
So if you walk to the Suncuss Bazaar and then you ask for this, or you like tried to locate a solid gold chalice that's
Uh-huh.
used in the spell, it could work. It's a
Okay.
good use of that spell. So.
And I'm adding the shield.
Yep, animated. It's called an animated shield.
You got it. Thank you, sir. And what time of the day is it right now? It's still breakfast, right?
Yeah, it's breakfast time. I would say you're about wrapping breakfast up.
Alright. And how many hours did I knock out for the manual?
I have it written down somewhere. You have 33 hours left.
And 5 days left, right?
Yes. 5 days left to complete. 33 hours left to read. I love those fucking items. They are such a they're like such a choice breaker in this game. Like I like it puts you in a weird spot. Like this guy took 2 points of exhaustion.
If it's fine with you guys, I kind of want to finish reading this manual.
Sure, go for it.
Go for it, nerd.
We can go to the
As I wear the glasses.
you could do that in the conservatorium.
Yeah. I'll do
So, and then you, if you really wanted, you could go to the conservatorium and just study the spell book if you wanted.
Well, I mean, if we're spending time doing this, I can't really think of anything
Yeah.
else that should be doing.
I mean, the only other thing is the airship if you guys wanted to talk to Captain Davin Forsyth. But that is if we're going to go to the Valandrian Islands, so. And, you know, I mean, Rin's like, I, for one, would love to visit the land of Konrad's people.
Let's go to the islands, do your reading on the ship. By the time you're done reading, you'll be at the island.
You could do that.
How long is the trip?
You don't know. You'd have to talk to the captain. Also, from your investigation at the docks, you definitely know that there's probably a bit of like negotiating that has to be done between the captain and the dockmaster. Like everything was tracked and logged. So it's not as simple as just going to the ship. You'd have to do some negotiating and probably set something up. And also,
Might be a side quest in there somewhere.
nah, nothing like that. I don't think. But you also remember that the captain of the airship said that they probably weren't ready to leave
Right away.
for at least like another day. So probably like by the end of today. But you could definitely go and inquire about it and start the process. So you guys are done with breakfast. You want to unattune to the Mark of Tyranny?
Yeah, I'm not too.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty.
On it.
Ooh, 11.
All right. First off, I want you to take 14 points of psychic damage. And as where are you doing this? You're doing this at the table?
Yeah.
All right. So like you watch as Regulus begins to try to relinquish this dark energy and unattune to the blade, the Mark of Tyranny, and he just gets blasted with this inner well of psychic pain, and his eyes turn pitch black. And you also watch as this swirling tornado of dark energy kind of like spirals into him.
God, fucking great.
And you hear a voice. None of you else hear this, but Regulus, you hear, Regulus, I've waited so long for you, and much to my surprise, you brought me right to the heart of my betrayer. I'm very proud of you. Only a true warrior could wield tyranny with such might. Have you finally chosen to join me?
I've been waiting for you.
As I have been waiting for you.
When the day comes, I will raise the sword that you possess, and pray to Horror that you find peace in the outer planes. I will come for you, but not today.
And at this moment, you feel you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you all watch. Regulus just started speaking to no one, and his eyes are jet black. No whites, no irises, just pure black. Kofina runs over and she puts her hand on his shoulder and she casts Remove Curse, and you're now unattuned from the Mark of Tyranny. As this is happening, you hear one final voice. There will be no such peace, Regulus. And his eyes go back to normal. The cloud of dark energy is gone, and you're now unattuned to the sword. Did you take the psychic damage?
I did, yeah.
Alright, good. Alright, cool. The less hit points you have, the better. Alright, so that just happened. Good shit. Kofina looks to you, quite concerned. She kind of like does the whole, she like looks into your pupils. She kind of gives you a once over. Fuck it, she'll do a medicine check. You seem fine. And you also watch the appearance that he had, aside from the black swirl, his skin was a little gaunt and kind of like gray, and his eyes had these pools of black underneath them. That's all gone. It's all faded now that he's not attuned to this.
Yeah, sorry to startle you guys. Every time I wield that sword or come in contact with it, there's always a chance that I hear Bane. I heard him again.
Had a girlfriend like that.
I hate you guys. That's awesome. Well, I'm just glad we have that out of the way now, Regulus. You all right though?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just startled. It's just knowing the power that's inside the sword. People are going to come after it.
It's best you keep it hidden in your bag of holding then.
I agree.
It's also best you not use it anymore, if possible.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to scare any of you guys again. I was just trying to test my faith. See why my friend gave into temptation. I can see why. The sword is powerful. But it's for the wrong reasons, though. I'm going to wash up.
Alright. You watch as Regulus walks off. At this point, you guys see a lot of the high priests. They're cleaning some of the plates. They're giving you guys like maybe another refill on some of your waters or ales or anything like that. And Regulus comes back after washing up. Is there anything you wanted to do, like besides like beat your meat or anything? Like.
So we plan to leave the city tomorrow, right? Or not today?
Well, if we're gonna take the airship, it might be a few days.
All right.
Like a day.
Like a day?
Yeah.
All right. That'll give you some time just to
Yeah.
check out the library and study.
Yeah,
But
that's more than enough.
I think we all should go to the conservatorium.
conservatory?
Yeah, Rin
Alright.
says. At this point, you guys are kind of finishing up this conversation. Kofina is still sitting there, and one of the priests walks in to the banquet hall you're all in. Kofina, we have a visitor. He says he is looking for the task force. Kofina looks to her. A visitor? We never get visitors, and now we've gotten 2 in the last day? And who is the task force? She then turns to you. Is that what they call you lot?
Calls a lot of things, but task force we get quite often.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be right back with our visitor. And she walks off. A few moments pass as you all see a familiar face walk into the banquet hall. Someone you haven't seen in a very long time. A fluid male wood elf walks towards you. He has elongated facial features, far more than the average wood elf normally does. He has light brown hair, 2 small horns atop his head. He has a headband made of various sprigs and stems with a peridot affixed to the center of it on his forehead. He's wearing these long, flowing green robes with flared sleeves, and the robes go all the way down to the floor, almost kind of dragging along like a train. In his right hand, he has a wooden staff with a jade stone at the top of it that is seemingly just suspended in midair, kind of just floating. This is indeed the owner of the Arcane Affinity, the shop in Genenarda, Aaelisin Stormbow. When we first met, you were just a band of wayward travelers, but I have heard stories of the indomitable task force all the way across the Dispernian Sea. It's a delight to see you all. Trios?
Hello.
Rin, never meeting Aaelisin before, she says, "Hi, I'm Rin," and he kind of grabs her hand and he gives it a gentle little kiss. Fassbender, we need to talk. And he sits down, kind of gently gets kind of close to you. I'd like to start with an apology. I may have been scrying on you for some time now. I apologize for invading your privacy. That tiefling, by the way, is very cute, I must say. But you have an item of mine on loan, and I need it back. I have a potential buyer up this way in Silneor, and I'll be needing the Wand of Lightning Bolts, if you still have it. Besides, it seems like you all are far more equipped than when we last spoke, so I'm sure it won't be missed that much. I'm hoping it served you well in these times.
Served us very well.
Well, I'm glad I could assist. Just because I'm taking something away, though, does not mean I come without tidings. And some gifts, actually. I ran into a group of travelers. They reminded me of you in your younger days, I would say. They're named the Order of the Stone. A drow paladin and a half-orc fighter by the name of Brood. They're from the country of Varglin, which is the Order of the Stone. Varglin is like the land, it's like Mordor, essentially. It's like orcs, ogres, gnolls, all the evil shit live there. You guys, as players, know the Great Pilgrimage that you guys took place in our one-shot. You guys were leaving Varglin to go back to the land of the elves. They left their home country of Varglin to retrieve a sort of great power called the Forgotten Honor. In doing so, they came across some cultists of the Dead Three, and while they were in Genenarda, they also came across some other hags that your friend Agatha Titchwillow, the hag that you all vanquished, they believe that she was probably a part of that coven. I'll have you know your friend Hargrim the drunkard from Maloser. He's living now in Genenarda. He's cleaned up his act quite well, and he's actually been in contact with the paladins of your order, Regulus. They've been guarding the keep in Genenarda. The one orphan hasn't turned into a hag yet, but unfortunately, they're afraid that she won't turn back to a normal human, so they're going to have to dispatch her sooner or later, but...
There's no way you can find a cure.
We're gonna burn at the stake.
I mean, you could certainly try and look into it. I know of no such cure. Usually by the time you know that they're a hag, it's too late.
Save for Regulus.
That's tough.
But, sorry,
Yes.
continue.
No, nothing. I'm sorry. I just lost the thought.
What if we hit her with the demon sword? Can't do anything.
It's worth a shot.
Let's hit it with something.
Probably just kill her. She's like a fucking little 8-year-old, but sure.
Let's hit her with something. See what happens.
You know what's weird? In one of the D&D books, the Xanathar's Guide, they have like extra NPCs, and they have a wizard's apprentice, and they depict this little kid with a wand, and he has 8 hit points. And I'm like, why would you guys put this in there if like there's a possibility of some asshole killing it? It's a kid, guys.
That juices up the story a lot.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
That brings
I mean,
the whole morality of everything.
the whole hag situation, when you guys first were presented with it, you're like, yo, what do we do? Do we kill this fucking kid? Is it a kid? Like, that's...
you do.
It's always fun, you know?
Just hide him in the bag of holding. It's all.
Yeah, just throw it in there.
Got another one.
Aaelisin continues. The green hag that they dispatched, they found was being stalked by another hag of a different kind. Have you ever heard of a night hag?
Would I know based on...
Make nature checks. All of you. 18. First rolls of the day.
2.
Okay. You have no clue. It's like kind of like fits the narrative. You wouldn't know. Maybe your parents might have said something, but you definitely weren't paying attention back then. What'd you get, Fassbender?
I don't remember really. I don't think I can sing it.
What'd you get, Conrad?
A 19. I don't know if I have a modifier.
For nature?
+2.
9.
9? Okay. Yeah, you generally know more about the Fae ancestry and the green hags and those kind of hags.
Mm-hmm.
The night hags, and it all ties into the narrative. You've heard stories of various hags going against their Fae ancestry and their Fae nature and taking on sort of fiendish qualities. They strike up deals with demons and devils. They begin to travel the plains, and they take on this image of more of a fiend. You've never seen one, but these are the stories that you've heard. So they tracked this night hag to the nearby wood, and they found a piece of cloth after she had just teleported and vanished from the vicinity. They brought the cloth back to me, and I was able to scry on this night hag. And what I found was quite disconcerting. And at this point, he actually cast the spell Alter Self. And you watch as the wood elf that you're seeing before you turns into this decrepit-looking, wrinkled skin, purple skin creature. Mousy face, but not mousy in the sense of like timid or shy. It's like she has like more of like a rodent kind of face. Like the nose is kind of pointed upward. It's a short snout. She has 2 horns that kind of twist, and long, scraggly, black, matted, disgusting hair. Some of it tied in a braid. It looks like one of the braids has like animal sinew or some form of sinew in it. There's various accoutrements, like dried up body parts of various animals. There's a skull that's actually hanging from her belt. She's wearing these long, ratty and tattered purple and black robes, and it's just she looks like an absolute mess. There's also various other smaller skulls that seem to be like pixies or other kind of fey creatures or other creatures, not human or humanoid, but definitely like tinier or smaller creatures as well. Long black sharp nails and this row of rotten, disgusting, blackened, and orange, nasty teeth. And then these pale white and eyes with these just piercing, like lavender irises. And she speaks to you, or Aaelisin speaks to you with this hag's image, but in Alison's voice, so it's kind of weird. And at the second he drops the spell, but this is the image I saw. She was walking with a human man, and then she sort of muttered some incantation and made a hand gesture at the face of a tree, and the tree grew a door. She walked into the tree, and then the spell ended. And from my experience with scrying on various creatures, the only way that spell could end is if she dispelled the invisible sensor that is used for me to see through, I project my image through, or if she had traveled to another plane of existence. So the Order of the Stone and myself, we believe that she may have, this hut might be in a pocket dimension or perhaps another plane, but I thought I might want to share this with you. If you ever come across a creature that looks like this, just keep an eye out for her. She's quite formidable. At this point, he reaches into his side pouch and he gifts Trios, Fassbender, and Gallandale these beautifully crafted wineskins. They have like this gold, golden maroon stitching, and yes, they are filled. It's elderberry wine from the Platinum Dragon. I don't know if you remember, but we had dinner there all those weeks ago. Gallandale, I do remember you saying how much you enjoyed this, so I figured I'd bring some along since I was coming up this way. Konrad, I have something for you, and he reaches into his side pouch again, and it's strange, he pulls out an arrow, so you're guessing the arrow has some sort of bag of holding type enchantment in it, but it's much smaller than the bag of holding that Regulus has, and he pulls out this bow, and it's actually, you look at it and you're like, shit, that bow looks horrible. It doesn't look like it would be aerodynamic at all. It's like this, it's like a stone tip with this interwoven branches that comes to like a set of 3 like leaves, and the leaves, they kind of do look aerodynamic.
It's a bunny buster.
I very rarely enchant items. Trios will tell you here I'm more in the business of procuring them and selling them later, but this is a rare treat. It's infused with some natural magics, more of my speciality. You get 1 shot, so take it wisely and try to use it on something that isn't too burly. So you have yourself a Bramblewood arrow. And essentially what that does is when you shoot it and you hit the target, they need to make a strength save or be restrained for a minute. And at the end of each of their turns, they can remake that save to try to get out of it, but it's a good way to kind of entrap someone. It yeah. When you fire it, we'll get to how it looks because it's pretty fucking awesome. But he then looks to you, Regulus. I don't have a gift for you, but I offer you a warning. More like a call to action, perhaps. The Cult of the Dead 3, they're running rampant across the continent. The Order of the Stone encountered many different groups of them. Some of them were summoning undead. Others were summoning various fiends. I have a bad feeling that they may be in contact with this night hag, given the nature of her fiendish dealings. No matter what, no good can come from these dark dealings, and they truly must be stopped. So, like I said, I have no gifts for you, but perhaps I could use my capabilities to help you gain some knowledge about the cult. If there's anyone of the cult that you've run into, perhaps I could try scrying on them if you had an item of theirs, or maybe if you could find a way to show me what they look like.
I do have an item of theirs. It's the what's the emblem I took from them.
Do you have a holy symbol?
Yeah, the holy symbol. Yeah.
You also, this is a stretch, but it might work. The Mark of Tyranny was briefly handled by the Dead 3 sorceress.
Okay.
So if you wanted to try to scry on her,
Yeah, absolutely.
I would ask if there was a way, maybe if you had some form of illusory magic, to maybe show me what she looked like. Do you have silent image prepared? I think you do.
I do not.
Fassbender. I know you learned it. I mean, I think
Yeah.
you do, right? So you could create the image of the sorceress that she was the one who summoned the pumpkin and the golem.
You could draw a picture of her with
Yeah.
the
Make
chalk,
a.
that magic.
Oh, with the paints.
The paint.
You could, but I mean, if it comes out bad, then it's gonna like like this half
Stick figure.
deformed, like looks like yeah. So you could cast silent image, and what it'll do is it'll make a full body vision of the sorceress. You got a decent look of her with your dark vision. I'd say you got a decent look of her face. She was hooded,
Yeah.
but you could do that. So.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we should.
So you spend the time, you cast silent image, and you watch as the vision of the Dead 3 sorceress, full body.
Can you make her naked?
You didn't see her naked. So I mean, you could
Fill in the blanks.
Yeah, you could fill in the blanks. One boob's bigger than the
Oh,
other.
believe me, I can fill it.
You could fill them in.
So you create this image. I do believe you can actually kind of cause some action to it as well.
Yeah.
In the nature of the spell.
Yep.
So maybe you could she did cast Dimension Door to kind of apparate away from the space, or you could have her just kind of like walking. It's kind of like the R2D2 hologram, you know, like Obi-Wan.
Yep.
It's just no sound.
No sound, no physical contact too.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
So as you do that, you present the holy symbol and the sword. Aaelisin looks to you all. Maybe if we went somewhere a little more quiet. And then Keeper Kofina's like, yes, come with me. We have a small chamber here used just for scrying and things like that. So you all get ushered into this chamber, and it's very dark, and there's candles lit, and it seems almost already prepared for the spell. But Aaelisin takes out several components, kind of situates the candles to his liking. He begins to draw this circle in the middle of the floor, and he puts the sword down. He puts the holy symbol down. Do you have any other items from her? You don't, right?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I would say for the sake of this, Aaelisin would have told you to kind of cast Silent Image there, so it's fresh in his mind. I will say, Regulus, and to the rest of you, if she is able to resist the spell, she won't know that I cast it on her. She won't know that she's being scryed on, but I won't be able to scry on her for another 24 hours. So let's give this a shot. I think I think we might be able to do something. I just need to pull up her stat sheet real quick. Pull up Aaelisin's as well.
Does anyone in the group have a piece of paper that I could draw a picture of her? Once you project an image of.
Yeah, sure. Here, here's a piece of paper.
Thank you.
I mean, if you wanted to try, you're not the most dexterous.
Yeah.
I would say Konrad probably has a better shot, because I'm going to have you make a dexterity check.
Konrad, I need your art skills.
So straight dexterity, just add your dex modifier at the very top.
21.
21, wow. You watch as Konrad makes this elaborate charcoal sketching of the dead 3 sorceress on this piece of parchment. It takes some time, but in that amount of time is about the same that Aaelisin took to create the circle for the scry. So you now have this picture of the dead 3 sorceress.
Make copies of this.
I can't stand you. I literally can't stand you.
No, but I do need to make copies of that.
Extra cleavage.
I have a scribe here, and do you mind if I keep this then?
Take it, please, and communicate to the other temples as well.
Okay. Okay, so let me pull up scrying.
And
So,
send word to the Order of the Gauntlet.
what do you mean?
Oh, if you could also send the picture to the Order of the Gauntlet.
I don't know anyone in the Order of the Gauntlet, but
Alright, no worries.
Rin kind of, Hey! I can't stand him. Rin looks to you, and she says, you do have a sending stone, right? So you could lend that to him, and he could send a message. 25 words or less, but you could then send that to one of your correspondents in the Order of the Gauntlet.
Is there a way I can give it to him?
I would say just hold on to it. Just mark a charge off.
Okay.
And just come up with the message you want to send. Maybe like write it down and give it to me, so that way later on in the game, if I need it. Okay, so I would say this is kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. And then likeness or picture is a -2. And then I wouldn't say it's a possession, but it's definitely something that she once held. So we're gonna give it another -2. So she's gonna add a +1 to her modifier here. There's a good chance she can save from this, but we'll see. Pray she rolls low. Okay. You guys lucked out. You watch as Aaelisin, and this room is dark. Most of you have dark vision. You can't really see much. Rin can't either. The dim candlelight is just enough to barely see what Aaelisin is doing. But he sits down, kind of Indian style, in the center of this circle, and he closes his eyes and he holds the sword and the holy symbol in his hand, and he begins to kind of like REM sleep these visions, and he begins to speak to you all about what he's seeing. I see a woman, cloaked. This is most certainly her. She is walking in a land with heavy snowfall. I can't make out the location. I'm actually gonna make a perception check. I can't make out the location, but it must be further north from here, since there's a lot of snow on the ground. Quite desolate. I don't see any civilization. It's a very large figure in black plate armor. She has another figure with her. Seems to be in black robes as well. He has this symbol of the dead 3 with him. Symbol of Mirkal, to be exact. They're standing by a pool of lava. That's strange. It's actually going to make a history check. Natural 1. Never seen that before. Oh. And you see this look of absolute just concern, not really disgust, but just shock. A strange figure is coming out of the pool. It looks like a giant bug or something. White carapace exoskeleton. I'm uncertain to what this is. It sees me. And then he comes out of the vision. Well, that was interesting. Whatever came out of that pool of lava must have seen my scrying sensor. They don't know who was scrying, but they definitely know someone was scrying on them, so take that information with you as you must.
It's like an Arctic lava crab guy.
The landscape was very snowy. There was a pool of lava. Make a history check. For you, the DC is very low because Kreglor just said something to you about this.
I don't know shit.
Okay,
Well, it's a 5.
It's a 5, no modifier.
Yeah, what's with the mod?
You don't know this, and the scrying room is a little too small for him to fit, but you do remember him mentioning something about a pool of lava in the Valandrian Islands, actually. I want you to make a religion check.
20.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Natural?
Yeah.
What's the total?
20
roll.
plus.
I didn't even hear a roll.
Yeah, it's all like this. I got 20. 23.
23.
Yeah.
You've heard of tales of certain fiends from the Nine Hells, devils, to be exact, that sort of take on more insectoid-like visages, if you will. You're not certain if this is a fiend or not. With that roll, you're kind of leaning towards it might be, but you've never seen one firsthand, so it's hard to tell.
These are like Zerg.
Like,
Zerg.
fuck, what was it called?
Starcraft?
Starcraft,
Yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say.
Oh,
Like that?
bipedal.
Okay.
Bipedal,
So like praying mantis like.
very kind of praying mantis-like with the face,
Like
a little bit
huge?
smaller eyes,
Like-
and
What race?
fiend.
Fiend.
Yeah, if Regulus conveyed this to the group, which I'm sure you did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Very much praying mantis-like with two kind of pincers, a tail, and much larger than the humans that they were with, or humanoids
Do
that
I
they were
have
with.
a general idea of what they look like?
No.
Okay.
You've never seen them, and in your studies, you've only read of them.
Okay.
You've never seen depictions,
Never, okay.
and you've
Okay.
definitely never seen them firsthand. So, well, that was quite interesting. I think you all should take this information and just be sure that they might be expecting you, and if not you exactly, they might be expecting something to thwart their plans. I don't know what they're doing, but they're definitely up to something. Great.
Great.
Stop.
Great, stop pumping him. Great. Come here, buddy. Calendar. When we go to the observatory,
Conservatorium.
sorry. Can you relay this message to the keeper or whoever the librarian is, whatever?
The archivist.
Yes.
What do you want me to say? You're not gonna go?
No, I'm going.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna study.
Oh, okay.
Saves time, because like I'm gonna just study, but we have a lot of people on school, a lot of people that to do a lot of things at the same time,
Okay.
My hero journey, thank you.
and see what you can find out. I'm sorry, I really got
Thanks, Jim.
Okay. You got it, man. No problem. All right. So as you all exit the scrying room, Aaelisin being happy to help, but also kind of regretting the fact that he helped you because of just how shocking this image is.
Can we give him his wand back?
Yeah, take the Fassbender, take the wand off of your inventory if you haven't done so already.
I could do that, and I should take off the
Staff of Striking, yes, in Trios. You can add that to your inventory.
Nice.
Fassbender, as you all leave the scrying room, Aaelisin looks to you. The Order of the Stone found this in Riverdwell Forest, outside of Genenarda. And this is how I was able to scry on the Night Hag. And he hands you this piece of tattered cloth that resembles very much the cloth that she was wearing when he altered self. When you grow a little more powerful and you learn how to scry, you can use this to try and locate her. I will say, you have learned a lot, and your manipulation of the weave is fascinating. Just don't stray too far from Selyun, Fassbender. And then he speaks to you in Druidic. And none of you understand what he's saying at this point. It's a language you've never heard. There is a certain sense of purity in the way we use our magics. And then he continues in Druidic. I also met your cousin, Feanor, not too long ago. He was looking for an ancient blade, one similar to the blades each of you possess. Stop. He was unsuccessful, though, and he wanted me to let you know he was going back to Felwind to prepare for the Sylvanest Assembly. You've given your village some notoriety amongst your people. I think your friend Gallandale may have helped a little too, since his father is the sovereign of Sylvanest and all, but either way, you should reach out to them. Your village, that is, and the Circle, of course. I abandoned the Circle a long time ago, and I don't want you to make the same mistakes I made, Fassbender. Who knows? I may visit Felwind when I'm done in Silneor, and if I'm still around, and you're around this way in a few weeks, reach out to me. I can help you all get there if you'd like.
Okay.
Well, I think that does it for me. I leave you off to your day, and I wish you all good luck on your future journeys. Just remember, Trios, you have that sending stone if you need anything or have any questions.
Sure.
Feel free to reach out. I'm always here.
I'll give you a call.
It's a little too much for us.
Isn't it cool? I have a cell phone.
You do, man.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's a little too much for us, but I really feel for
No
this.
data plan.
If there's a way we can find a cure, please let us know.
Yeah, I got a free weekend in the evening plans too.
I'll speak to Hargrim. He is tasked himself with the duty of staving off the green hags of that area, and I'll do some more research for you, Fassbender. If I find anything, I'll let you know.
With like all these ways to talk to each other, like they would talk in English to the guard, and then they would talk loud enough that like the guys on the other
Oh,
side would
could hear.
hear. Yeah.
They're
And
hags.
then they had
Also,
like
they know,
all
right?
kinds
They
of
don't-
techniques
they
to
don't know.
communicate to each other. They would
You
teach
don't
the
know.
guards English,
You don't technically
and the guards
know.
would, like, go around saying
but-
something in English, thinking
That
they're
makes
saying
sense.
That girl
something.
that transformed, she was living a normal childhood life, and then when that clock
They
turned,
also do like when they
Right.
you know, they
But
shoot video of like prisoners.
you
They
know
like
the nature of the
voice.
green hags
Yep.
Yeah, there's one guy from the
They
Hathaway
eat the
Hotel does
infant.
that. Yeah, it's famous.
The
for that.
infant
It's pretty awesome.
is dead.
Yeah. it was
Once
just-
that
yeah.
hag eats them.
I'm being
And then
forced to
it
say
births
this.
this new infant in the form of that infant,
Yeah.
but it's
One
a
guy was
hag.
able to get a letter out to
So
his wife.
it's tough to say. You could try to cure them. You could, I mean, I'm going to work on it, Regulus, don't worry, but I just don't want you to get your hopes up.
Pardon?
You made
I
friends with a
understand.
guard.
Thank you.
No, there were like keepers of the peace treaty showing up, and like Vietnam was trying to show that they were doing everything legit, and they're like,
Still
look,
gets
we
one
even
of
let
those
our
guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, Task Force, I am going to leave you now. Like I said, if you need me, please let me know. I'll be up this way for a few weeks. So, like I said, and this is all in common now. He reiterates, if you want to go to your village and reach out to the circle, I have means of teleporting using druidic magic, so let me know. I'll be here.
We will let you know. Thank you.
All right. It was good seeing you all, and I bid you farewell. And he walks
Thanks
off.
for not being butthurt about having to chase after us to get your shit back.
Not a problem.
You
Not a
even
problem.
showed up with presents.
All right.
Good
And
man.
at that point, Aaelisin walks off. You're all kind of left godsmacked with what just happened. The rest of the day is yours. I would say at this point it's about 10ish after the scry ritual and after.
At night?
No. In the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a whole day.
So there's the Whittemore Conservatorium that you'd like to go to.
Yeah.
If also you want to go to the docks and try to
Talk to the airship people?
lock in the airship
Sure.
just to seal the deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's do that.
Okay. Do you guys want to split up? What's your order of
We
business?
probably should split up. I don't think we need all of us. I
Yeah.
know you're looking to go study. I'm looking to go study.
Yeah.
Uh,
So you two could go to the Whittemore
we
Conservatorium.
also need to find chalices.
Rin is definitely looking for a chalice.
Yep.
I don't know if you wanted to do more research.
I was just gonna grab Rin and tell her I got a rough night's sleep and could use a nap, and did she want to take a nap with me?
Wink, wink.
But I'll help her find the chalice first.
Okay.
Time for that too.
All right. Sure.
I have 17 seconds I can spare.
No problem.
If you're going to study, Rin looks to you. Perhaps we can walk with them to the Whittemore Conservatorium. I want to kind of enhance Fassbender's abilities before he goes into the conservatorium.
Cool.
'Cause
Sure.
one thing
Fassbender's
that I kind of forgot, dude, is that you can't cast enhance ability and guide yourself.
What about guidance?
You can't. Once you cast guidance, enhance ability drops.
Gotcha. Okay.
You get a pass for last time. That was my
That's fine.
fuck up as a DM. So you all kind of walk off to the Whittemore Conservatorium.
Is that what you mean by spell slot? Like, you can only have one in one slot at a time?
So
Yeah.
technically, yeah. So Fassbender has like, what do you have? Like a 2/3 levels, 3-second levels.
Yeah,
There's a
something
certain
like that.
number of certain level spells that you can cast per day.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why this guy, not only can he use his spell slots to cast spells, but you'll see him use Divine Smite. That takes a spell slot, and it kind of releases this divine energy and deals extra damage when he strikes with a melee attack. So you all walk to the Whittemore Conservatorium, which is kind of like in between the Cloud Harbor, which is where the airship is, and the Suncuss Bazaar. So it'll kind of be a good kind of two-way point. Kreglor is about to bid you adieu. Is there anything you want to ask me before I leave, Konrad, about the islands? Had to get into my Kreglor voice real quick.
So,
taking
who are the major predators we should brace ourselves for?
Well, there's the various beasts of the land. You gotta watch out for remoras, which are these kind of insect-like beasts that burrow in the ground, and they are cold in nature, but they have fiery blood.
Great, insecty beasties.
Like
Fiery.
they're like giant centipedes with a bunch of
Fucking
skittering
hell.
legs, and you also have my tribe, which they're a bit of assholes. I won't lie.
Watch out for your relatives.
Hence the reason why I left them with your father all those years ago. But You'll give him hell for me, right?
I guess dropping your name's not a good idea then.
I wouldn't unless you want to catch an axe or club to the face.
Alright.
And then, of course, you have the Andaris, which is your mother's people. And they roam the lands. They don't stay in one spot for long. So that's what you should look out for in the form of beasts and tribes. I would also say, if you're taking a boat, look out for harpies. They riddle the airs there, and if you're in an airship, it's only going to make it that much easier for them to attack you.
Oh, harpies are in the air.
Yes. They are ugly, foul creatures that smell like shit. And they have this beautiful voice that will lure you to them. So be on the lookout for that. And I don't expect you to go by way of the ice siren sound, but if you find your way there, just be prepared for a battle in ice water, because that's a mean old crone that will suck you down into the depths and consume your soul.
So try to avoid ice siren sound.
At all costs.
Okay.
And Cloud Cliff Keep, if possible. But you're probably going to try to take that way for the fastest route to Levery. So, supposedly, I don't know if this is true, there's a storm giant that lives there, and he basically has forced all the raiders of the area to give him all the loot that they come across while they raid various merchant ships and the like. So keep a lookout for that. Storm giants, I'm a frost giant. Storm giants are nothing to fuck with. For real. So, I will say your... Well, he would be your grandfather. His name is Darrow. I forget what he looks like, per se, but just keep that name in mind. And your mother's aunt, Darrow's sister, her name is Tamora. So, if you have any other questions, if not, I'm going to be heading to the Crowbar. If you guys want to catch a drink later, I'll be there.
Alright, see you at the Crowbar.
All right. So, what's your plan of action? You're gonna make your way to the docks, Trios?
Yes.
Fassbender, Regulus, and Gallandale are gonna go to the Whittemore Conservatorium.
Yep.
And then Rin and Konrad are gonna follow you there. Rin's gonna cast Enhance Ability on you, giving you advantage on intelligence checks. Fassbender. I can do this to one more if you wanted to do some research.
What was it again?
Enhance Ability.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. So, I mean, if you wanted to take an hour out of reading the tome, you could maybe... Because you said you wanted to look into some of the gods and stuff, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
all right, so you both get advantage on investigation and arcana checks,
Okay.
other intelligence-based checks for the next hour.
The next hour.
As long as Rin keeps her concentration. So,
Okay.
and then you could guide yourself, Fassbender. So, Rin and Konrad see you off. So, you want to go try to find some chalices? Okay. So you make your way to the shops. And that's easy enough to do. You know where the shops are. So you would start, I would say, at the Grievous Golem. You're kind of just like following Rin's lead, right?
Yeah. She wants to go shopping.
You want to nap and bone real quick. So you go to the Grievous Golem, which is a general store, and the shopkeeper there kind of sends you off to a jeweler who has gold to sell. But the keeper...
We want the chalice.
Hero's Feast?
Oh,
The Keeper of the Grievous Golem suggests that maybe Kilana Winddove could use her magical capabilities to make the chalice quicker than a blacksmith or some metallurgy person would. So I would say over the course of about an hour, you make your way to the jeweler. You spend about roughly, and I would say this all comes out of Rin's pocket unless you want to contribute. Or unless you guys want to contribute as a group. Rin is going to deduct about 600 gold for the chalice materials, and then an additional 200 to Kilana for the enchantment. So if you guys wanted to offer her some coin, she's not asking for it though. That's all I'll say.
I'll get the next round.
Okay. Fine, Fassbender. Right?
I'll throw her 200
So,
points.
You gave her 100.
after about an hour? Okay, cool.
Same.
I'll throw 100 in.
The next one.
Where's my money?
Equipment.
I also just added 800 gold instead of removing it.
Oh, I see currency.
You gotta click on the money.
There we go. It's more like it.
What are we all throwing?
100 gold.
100 each.
Pay me. Show me the money. All right. So about after an hour, you make your way back to the inn and leave yourselves to your own devices. We will now segue to you two. You are greeted by... I know I gave you the name, but geez, I have a million fucking things in my head, being the crazy dungeon master that I am.
I'm really looking forward to getting on this airship.
You are greeted by Aldor Dunlock. Hello, welcome to the Whittemore Conservatorium. I'm Aldor Dunlock, High Archivist here. How can I help you?
While we're conduct some research, can you point us at the right direction for books on deities and arcane magic, or just arcane in general?
Surely, I will ask.
Books on DVD.
While it is not, required, we do ask for donations and other offerings, if you'd want to study. So, anything is welcome, but like I said, it's not fully required. But I will say either myself or my assistant here, Darla. You see this. First off, Aldor is this half-elf, long gray robes, spectacles, very old and kind of crotchety. And then his assistant is another half-elf, very beautiful, fair skin, extremely young for a half-elf. Similar accoutrement. She has gray robes, a blue sash. She has some jewelry hanging from her neck, and she has these square, rectangular spectacles that kind of... You get the sense that she's like... They're like kind of like bifocals, but without the top half, if that makes sense.
I don't like her already.
So I would just ask, for any research, you'll be kind of monitored by either Darla or myself. We just don't want anyone walking off with anything or also scrawling into some of these tomes, as they are quite ancient and well sought after and well kept, I will say. We take pride in the way we keep our books here in the conservatorium. So, ancient deities, you said?
Yes.
Anything else in particular? What are you here for, sir?
I don't. As far as I see it, I don't really need anything from there. I just
Yeah.
need a quiet place.
You just
to
need a quiet
study.
place to study.
Yeah. So, greetings, Dunlock. I'm just looking for a quiet nook to study in. I appreciate any keepers of knowledge, such as yourself, and I'd like to donate 5 gold coin.
Gladly accepted, thank you. And he holds out his hand. 10 gold? Thank you, sir. All right, mark those off of your inventory.
All right. You can't outdo me, so I'm going to intend to.
All right. Are we gonna have a bidding war here for free books, or? All right, so you both remove 10 gold out of your inventory. Dunlock shows you to a nice quiet space, and you are accompanied by Darla. Sorry, I didn't get your names.
Regulus.
And you?
Fassbender.
Very nice to meet you all. And she speaks to you in Elvish. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It's a pleasure to meet you too.
So she shows you off to the library or the archive that they have, and you actually walk along with them to get to this quiet space. It's kind of nestled at the back of the archive, and you see a long room just filled with books. Tall ceilings. There are the ladders that are on the rails that you have to move back and forth. At least 12 shelves up. They're massive tomes. Shelves of tomes. So Dunlock shows you to the quiet space, which, as you walk by, you kind of like peer into another open room, and you see a mess of a desk, and there are just books stacked on the floor, stacked on the desk, everywhere, and he kind of like shuts it real quick, and you see it says High Archivist on it, and you're getting the sense that was his office. It's just kept like absolute chaos. And so he shows you into this quiet space. So you have the time to study the spell book if you'd like. And you are shown to Ancient Deities. I want you to make an investigation check with advantage. You could guide him. I would say you're not there, so.
I forget, does the elderberry wine do anything in particular, or just tasty?
Just tasty. It's also, it's like what the elves are accustomed to. It's not like elderberries in IRL.
Yep.
It's not like that. It's elderberry meaning like elderberry. Yeah.
The High Archivist, is he the elf?
They're both half elves.
Both half elves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you roll investigation?
19.
Okay. Tell me exactly what you were looking for.
I have a few things. That's okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you. It's probably going to be a couple different rolls now.
Okay. Then the first one, probably about Asmodeus. I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just wanna God of Devils, learn more about him.
Okay.
And then.
Yeah, give me the list because some of them might kind of flow into one another, if that makes sense, right? So Asmodeus, what else?
Ranger.
Okay.
And then. How familiar am I with Miracle?
You've heard tales. You've heard tales of the Ascension War. You've heard tales of his ascension to godhood. You know of the Dead Three, but not a lot about them in great detail. You do know from Fassbender's studying of the notes that it seemed like Rizahl spoke of a deal made between Miracle and Asmodeus.
Yes.
So if you wanted to do some research on Miracle as well.
Yeah. So I want to know more about that deal. Because let's see.
So then are you kind of more so looking at, instead of like the iconography and mythology of these gods, more of the history, more Golden Age,
Yeah, more of the Golden
Age, Ascension War type stuff?
Golden Age, and then the Ascension War, and then probably the dawning of the New Age.
Okay. I'll tell you right now, the dawning of the New Age, everything that he told you
Yeah.
is probably the most you're gonna find.
Okay.
You're still as a society, you're kind of still uncovering how the dawning happened. You do know of the Great Pilgrimage, and if you wanted to do some research on that as well, but
Yeah, and everything that we found in those letters or the journal, whatever. I just want to see if we could find more finding on that.
Okay, so Asmodeus first or Miracle first?
Miracle first.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry. Asmodeus and then Miracle.
Okay, give me another investigation check. At advantage.
19.
Damn, this guy's rolling well.
Same numbers, 19.
Okay, 19.
We did that a lot. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Give me one more investigation check.
Five.
5. Okay. You rolled high when you needed to, though. Okay, so you find first Darla helps you find a book about. It's basically a book of what they call the Betrayer Gods.
Okay.
The prime deities, the creator deities that created Haven. You know of many of them, and there was a point after the creation when some of these betrayer gods, they were once a part of the ultimate pantheon, is what it was called. They corrupted humans and other mortals, and because of that, they were deemed betrayer gods. Stop. Whenever I start talking lore, bro, he gets into it. This is where the first cataclysm happened.
Okay.
The creator gods, as they were then called, and the betrayer gods battled on Haven, on the earth, the realm of Haven, and many of the more powerful mortals took sides and battled these kind of proxy wars in doing so. Asmodeus was one of the I wouldn't even say generals. He was like one of the major factors in the betrayal, in the turning of a lot of these mortals. He used his fiends and his devils, to be more exact, of the 9 hells, to corrupt all of these mortals and to twist their wills into doing what he wanted. And the betrayer gods, all they really want at the end of the day is just to wreak havoc on the world of Haven. Asmodeus, in this tome, you learn that he has a very lawful structure. The 9 hells themselves has a very lawful hierarchy. He is the godhead or the ruler, and then there are archdevils that are below him.
Okay.
And then below those archdevils, there are lesser, they're like greater devils, and then there are lesser devils. Make one more investigation check while you're looking through this book.
19. 14.
Okay. You actually see some images after you pass through. You get all the information that you can, about Asmodeus. And you see an image that resembles very, very much so what
I'll try some.
Oh, that's yeah. Give me some of that.
so you see an image, a sketching
Okay.
of this insectoid-like creature.
Ooh.
And it is referred to in the book as a Gelugon.
Okay.
That's good.
And that's
That's
like,
not champagne.
you don't mind, thank you?
There's beer.
Gelugon, Gelugon. That's the name of this fiend.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Alright, and does that like,
I'll take some in a minute, yeah.
does that like spark a
Thank you.
memory, like with what with what Ashton told me, or like,
Aaelisin?
Aaelisin, yeah.
Very much so. You turn the page and you see this and you're like, holy shit, that's what Aaelisin saw.
Okay.
So, just so you guys know, that's what Aaelisin was describing.
There you go. Focus on-
So that's all you could really glean about Asmodeus. In this book, there's no speak of Mirkal.
Okay.
This is a more ancient tome.
Okay.
But on your investigation check for Mirkal, Darla helps you find another book, and it's actually more so about the Golden Age. It's more of just a series of notes and archived knowledge that kind of was just created and conscripted for these sort of purposes. A lot of what you found is kind of what you already knew. Mirkal was a mortal. Mirkal became a lich.
Yep.
The life of undeath was not enough. It wasn't satisfying enough for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he ascended, or began to ascend to godhood.
What's a lich?
A lich is a very powerful form of an undead creature. Basically,
a skeleton wizard.
a mortal mage can become a lich with a certain ritual and certain kind of
Alright.
process.
Sounds like some powerful shit.
Super powerful, yes. You then see some footnotes about a dark deal made
Okay.
with the King of the Devils, where Mirkal traveled the 9 hells
Yep.
to speak to Asmodeus himself. And it kind of gives you a flashback to the book you just read.
Yeah.
Asmodeus
Shit, that's good.
Asmodeus doesn't speak to anybody. He has his archdevils and greater devils do that shit for him. So, and from your gleaning of information, it looks like this meeting actually happened between Mirkal and Asmodeus. So for Asmodeus to hold such a court with this lich slash wannabe god, it's kind of disconcerting to you. The other information that you find is that the Dead Three, which it consists of Mirkal, Bane, and Baal, Bane being the god of tyranny, Baal being the god of murder. Bane and Baal did not necessarily ascend to godhood.
Okay.
Mirkal kind of did a ritual where in their death, their spirit lived on in this unholy, godly kind of image. And you actually see a depiction of both. Bane is this blackish, purpley skinned, bald-headed creature with just sharp teeth, slithering tongue, and just these large hands and just disgusting-looking black claws. Interestingly enough, the bottom of his body is not legs, but a similar black swirl that was encircling you.
Okay.
Baal is this skinny, decrepit-looking, almost snake-like bipedal humanoid figure, and just gaunt skin, and just very unsettling. That's the best way I could describe it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what you glean. Aside from that, the only other information you get is that those three, at the very height of the Ascension War, there was a battle, the Battle of Mordel Watch, I believe.
Watch. Got it.
And this is where Bane and Baal were banished. The battle took it took like at least 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
These two lesser deities, that's what they're being called here because they're not true gods.
Yeah.
They didn't go through the same ritual and rite of ascension
Yeah.
that Mirkal did. They were kind of gifted their powers by the god Mirkal himself. These two were banished at Mordel Watch. and they were put into 2 holy items that then were turned and cursed because of the suffusing of their souls.
One is the sword.
One is the Mark of Tyranny. The other is a dagger known as the Mark of Murder.
So it makes sense that instead of legs, they have like a genie-like cloud thing coming down.
We gotta find that dagger.
They're stuck.
The dagger.
Yeah, it's the dagger, right?
Yeah. Last
What continent is all this shit? Not where we are.
Mordell Watch. Well, this was part of the. This was before the second cataclysm, right? So in your kind of investigating of the Golden Age and the Ascension War, you learn 2 more things. Mirkal was banished in the keep known as Nadar, and that is one of the Nadar, Nedar. It's one of the last sort of fortifications of the unholy land that Mirkal deemed his own, named Namar. If there was ever a equivalent to Mordor, it's Namar, for sure. And you're reading about Namar. Varglin, which is the evil land of this age, fails in comparison compared to Namar. They were enslaving, and you guys know this because of the one shot. They were enslaving turtles, gnomes, anyone that they had captured during the Ascension War in some form of prison. They enslaved. Anyone who tried to rebel against them were definitely either murdered. Most of the time murdered because Mirkal was the god of undeath. So he would just raise them as undead and become part of his undead army. Last information you glean about the Golden Age and the Ascension War is that the banishment of Mirkal and the last battle of Nadar, was so cataclysmic, so catastrophic, that it actually twisted the world in a way that it now spins on a different axis.
Oh, wow.
Yes. In the violence of this cosmic force, the world itself and the earth shifted, and the land that you know today was nothing like the land of Haven back then. And actually, with that roll, you did find something else.
Love.
I was trying to wait, but you rolled high, man. So
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, put it here, dog.
I was being that selfish.
So
Yeah, right.
so that is the map of Old Haven.
Whoa.
And you guys don't know exactly what New Haven looks like. But just imagine that the cataclysm twisted the world like 90 degrees this way. And in doing so, it kind of created this vortex, and all the earth just shifted and changed to what you know of Haven as today.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. It was a very violent and catastrophic event.
That actually happened to the Earth from cosmic violence.
And actually, when you were looking at that book of the Betrayer Gods, the first cataclysm, Haven was actually one entire continent. It was like a Pangea, essentially. And the first cataclysm broke it up into this, and then the second cataclysm left you with what you have now. So, with that roll of 5, you didn't really get much about Rainfur.
Okay, that's fine.
But you do know he's the god of the sun, he's the god of the hunt, and that's about it, unfortunately. But good shit, good on the rolls, man. We're gonna get back to you in a second. Trios, you make your way
To the airship?
to the Cloud Harbor,
Awesome.
where you met Captain Davin Forsyth of the Spirelight.
What's up, Captain?
At this moment, the Spirelight is empty, but you do run into Varma Zog. She is the wharf master here.
Hello,
Good day. It's Trios, right?
Yeah. I want to know when the ship's ready to take off.
The Spirelight,
Yeah.
I assume? Well, we'd have to speak to Davin about it, but I'm pretty sure they offloaded everything today, so they could probably be off as soon as tonight, if possible.
Tonight? That's awesome.
Tomorrow morning at the latest.
Do
Cool.
they have to load it back up?
I don't know if you have anything that you're looking to transport unless it's just your bodies, but
We have a giant with us. Do you think
He
you
doesn't
could
want to
take
come
them?
with us.
he wants to really try with this giant.
I want to try. I want to see.
I'll leave it to Davin, but I doubt he'll want a giant on his airship. That'll just probably weigh it down in all the wrong ways.
I just want to see what happens.
Yeah.
Like lay down in the.
This sucks.
It-
Swim along under.
It might also slow the ship down.
I
So
understand. just I was curious.
I admire your tenacity.
Cool.
I personally don't know where Davin is. If you had some form of messaging, maybe you could reach out to him and we could begin the negotiation process.
Sure.
If you wanted to send a message, you could,
Okay.
using the stone.
Send him. We'll send him a message.
All right, what do you say?
We'd like to use your ship tomorrow morning, if possible.
Okay. You hear a message back, as they do get one reply due to the nature of the sending spell. I take it this is Trios?
Yes.
We met yesterday. If you want to meet me at Cloud Harbor in about an hour or so.
Okay, I'll be here.
All right. So if you wanted to spend some time either at the harbor, or if you wanted to maybe go meet up with them and kind of make it a group negotiation thing, that's totally fine as well. So it's totally up to you.
I'm actually gonna do Stone Ascending to talk to Regulus
Okay.
and ask him when he's gonna be done with his research.
Okay. And I will say, at that point, it was about a good 2 hours that you were researching.
Okay.
So if you wanted to spend the rest of the time reading, what did you want Gallandale to look at? My bad, man.
You know, honestly, I did Gallandale's work, but if Gallandale can also, within the same 2 hours, doing research, find out more about the, what's that?
I'm gonna tell Regulus also that we could leave tomorrow morning if he's done.
Okay.
Let's see,
So you hear this message, you hear Trios' voice pop into your head, and you're like in the middle of reading about
Yeah.
Miracle, and you're like, alright, that was kind of weird. You can reply to the message.
yeah, tomorrow morning is fine. Where are we meeting?
I guess we'll meet at the dock.
Cloud Harbor, yeah.
Cloud Harbor.
Okay. I haven't been there yet, but I'll probably get directions.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, I'll be at the inn, so we
Okay,
can go there
I'll meet you at
together.
the end then.
Okay, alright. Good to know.
And then for Gallandale, if you could also just ask around, or probably just find research on the sign of assembly.
The Scion Assembly.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's gonna roll an investigation check. And it's fitting for the narrative. When he asks Aldor Dunlock about the Scion Assembly, Aldor kind of has this look of, not that they were erased from the history books, but that's just something that's knowledge that's safe kept and not really archived because of the nature of the assembly. They deal in secrets. They are a very secretive group, and you're not going to actually find anything quite like it. He rolled a 7,
Okay.
so it kind of like it all worked out too.
Okay.
So, Fassbender, what are you going to start with? The notes or the spells?
I'm gonna do notes.
Okay. I will say, from your roll last time, you have to roll higher than a 19.
Jeez.
Yeah, you rolled a 19 last time, man. That's why you got so much info out of it. So you can guide yourself. The one thing is, for the next hour, enhanceability will be done.
I also have advantage now, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But for the second, if you wanted to do more research on the spell list, you'd have to cast Enhance Ability again if you have it prepared, because it'll run out. Rin's casting of it will run out. You know? So give me an investigation check with advantage, and you can guide yourself.
Alright, I'm guiding myself. Come on, baby. 17.
17.
We
Yep.
have a modifier too,
Best
or
I
no?
got.
Yeah, is that with with your
No,
modifier and
it's not-
everything?
No, for
Investigation.
Investigation.
Yeah. 18.
18.
Fuck. Nothing you can glean. You're still trying to get the handle of the enchantment, and just the way that Rizahl has kind of conscripted this information, so
Okay.
it's locked out from you for the day.
Okay.
You can try the spell list if you'd like.
Spell list.
Do you want to cast Enhance Ability again?
Yes.
You won't be able to guide yourself.
That's fine.
But you have to get higher than a 12 this time, so you have a little bit of leeway here.
So casting.
And I gave you a new list because I crossed off. I kind of struck out the druid spells that you already know, so you don't have to relearn them. You feel me?
Yeah.
All right, so give me an Arcana check. With advantage.
With advantage.
Where did I put this? Higher than a 12?
21.
21?
Natural 20 plus 1.
Good shit. All right, hold on. I lost my
roll
place.
again.
Oh, you rolled a nat 20 on the first roll?
Yeah, that's it. Right? Nothing to do now.
Yeah. Where did my fucking shit go? It's the problem with having a fucking ever-expansive world that's just absolutely crazy. Here we go. All right, so 21. Okay. And then we're there. All right. So you get some of the spells you're not going to be able to learn right away because you don't have a 5th level or a 4th level spell slot.
Do I need to write anything down here? Or?
Nah, I'm going to give you all this shit.
Okay, cool. So that brings me to next question. So I've got this list of all these other spells I've learned. How do I add them to my spell list?
It's the same way that you learn spells via scrolls. You have to pick a spell and learn it from the book.
So I gotta go.
At this point, now that you've unlocked the list, you can then read them. They're not invisible on the page anymore, and now you can go and further study them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the puzzle
No,
kind of skill
that makes
kind of
perfect
skill
sense.
challenge I set for this book.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. All right. So if you want to pass this along the Fassbender, you got yourself 3rd level, 4th level, 5th, and 6th level spells.
Damn.
You can't.
I can't even do. Right?
You don't have a 4th level spell slot.
Yeah.
But once you do, you can learn those. You could try to learn a 4th level spell, but it's just going to be at disadvantage. So you might as well just wait. You guys are close to level 7 anyway, so.
Damn. There's some crazy ones on
A
here.
good roll. Natural 20, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a good or a bad
No, I do that all the time. That's a good one.
So I would say that your 2 hours are up. Your 2 hours are up.
Yeah.
He's back at the inn. You and Rin are at the inn. I don't know how many.
You don't need to know.
I've been scrying.
While
Sleeping.
while you guys are kind of like laying there after the deed has been done, I would say like Rin is kind of like laying in your arms.
Pregnant.
She, you better hope not, man. That baby is gonna fuck somebody up right out the womb with a mace in his hand. Rin kind of looks to you and she says,
After potion.
"Oh shit." You have alchemy and herbalism skills. You could definitely do something
I got
about
a
that.
really good money making idea.
Yeah, because back then, man, shit.
Yeah, we're gonna call it the womb.
Although, like, and this is gonna sound really fucked up, and I'm like really reluctant to even say this, but like, the natural order was the world's abortion back then, right? So.
Everything was looking to kill your baby anyway.
Exactly. Even if it was like a year old, you know, like the
Yep.
plague. Oh, well, we got a cart full of fucking dead babies now. Shit, man.
You think you're in the clear when your kid is like 12 years old, and then,
Yeah.
turns out to be a hat.
Oh, you got. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, I didn't know where you were going with that, but I love
Odds
it.
are you and your baby are dying of childbirth.
Totally.
Didn't matter. You
Totally.
don't want to get pregnant.
So Rin kind of looks to you and she says, "The Andari hunt, huh?"
Yeah, the Andari hunt. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ticket.
You're just like so enthralled by her wares at the moment.
That's my peeps, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean hunt?
Well, isn't that what the Celestial and your mother said, that was like their rite of passage back in the old days? Maybe Rainfur wants you to be a part of the Andari hunt or revive it somehow.
Oh yeah, it totally does. Wait, where did I get this info? From my dream?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Galadriel and that one dream you had with your mother when you guys got attacked by the Yeti.
Yeah.
So apparently only like
Well, the signs are
50% being
too
sold.
too clear and too
There's
strong.
a list. Do you want me to put you on
and
the
too
list?
persistent
For more
to
than one?
ignore.
I gotta check and see.
And
Aaelisin will allow me to trade in multiple phones
even
at the
though I
same
have
time.
my apprehensions,
Do it this way. This one wants to do.
I think that's the direction I'm going in.
Facebook
I
market.
can use your help.
That's the direction we're going in, Konrad.
Aw.
They're selling them.
I'm pretty sure everyone else feels the same, so.
Just have somebody.
You guys bang again?
Yeah.
Meeting on.
So, is there anything else you would like to do, or do you want to make your way
It's ridiculous.
out of
let's
the inn?
I'm gonna ask for
Okay.
whatever's left.
And at this point, you kind
It's
of.
like dinner time soon,
Go
right?
in. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Let me
say
see, 'cause if I can just
by the
pay
time.
for my
Because it took about an hour to get the chalices, but in that time, they were doing their research.
Yeah. Which I imagine.
And then after the next hour of your nap, you had this conversation. At this point, he and Fassbender are making their way back to the inn.
kind of down.
You find Trios at the inn. So yeah, I would say it's about
Curbside pickup.
Wait, did
like
we get?
it's about 1 o'clock
What did
actually.
we finally do for the chalice? Did we just like hire
Yeah, maybe
Dove?
put me on the list.
Wind Dove, yes,
Okay.
yes, Keelan. She's gonna have them enchanted and ready for you by the end of today. So by like before dinner time.
Already
Perfect.
sold mine.
All right.
Yeah.
So as you make your way down to the common area of the inn, you find Trios and Fassbender and Regulus.
We're at the end now?
Yeah, I would say after your investigation, he was like, "I got a message from Trios. We're gonna meet back at the inn to negotiate with the captain of the Spirelight."
I was tempted to shapeshift and sneak into the office. Take a look around.
Oh, let's do it. Fuck it.
I don't know.
Do it.
Go for it.
Either that or my plan was to just be like, listen, thank you for a quiet place to study. Would you like to have a share a glass of elderberry wine in your office?
Sure.
But at the same time, I think it's better to sneak. I don't know.
You make the call. This could go delightfully excellent any which way you choose, man. So you
All right.
you decide.
So, yeah, I'm gonna shapeshift into a spider.
Okay. You're in your nice little quiet place. I will say, make a stealth check. Just to see if anyone spots you.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say maybe I should like bid my farewell
And then.
and then come back in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say goodbye.
Okay.
Walk out the door. and then kind of tuck around back, shapeshift into a spider.
Okay.
And then, like most buildings at this time, I'm assuming there are cracks fucking everywhere in the building. So
Yes.
I'm gonna creep in little spider.
What are you telling this one? He is there with you at the moment. I would assume you guys kind of walked out at the same time.
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna walk out. I'm gonna say,
Can you pass me just like a cheese wedge, some of the white cheddar, and like some crackers, bro?
Yeah.
So what do you see? What do you tell Regulus? I love this. This is what D&D is made of right here.
I'm gonna say, listen now.
You could give him your elderberry line, or does he have some himself?
I
He
think
does not. Just
I think
Trios and
I think
do it.
Fassbender wants that shit.
Yeah, I'm not giving up my wine.
Good shit.
I don't have many.
Give me
like,
the baby
good,
bells
good
too.
things.
Just like 2 of them. That's fine.
So I'm gonna keep my wine. We'll share it
Thank you,
later.
sir.
But
I
so
love it.
I'm gonna come up to you.
Great.
Put my arm around you. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna do my spider thing. Play it cool and maybe hang around out here whistling, and I'll be out in 10 minutes.
My god is against it, but I'm not.
I wouldn't say horror's against it. He's the god of retribution. He doesn't really care.
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to read my manual.
Okay.
So you're gonna just read your manual in this alleyway?
Yeah, might as well. I mean,
Okay. Now let's see how long this takes then.
Okay.
All right. So you use your B shape.
Yeah.
I would still say make a stealth check with advantage because you're a fucking tiny little spider. You better hope no one sees you, dude. Stop your out. Luckily, they're bookworms.
Yeah.
So.
Listen, this spider's going on the ceiling.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then, yeah, roll at advantage.
So stealth check.
Worst, if they spot you, they might throw a book at you or something.
17.
17. Okay. You skitter your way through the crack of the front door, and you kind of go up the wall. You make your way on the ceiling, and you follow the long hallway that all the books are in, and then you kind of go down the wall that his office is in.
Yeah.
There is easy enough to get under. I won't even make you roll for that. The door is still closed.
Yeah.
You make your way in, and he is actually there sitting at the table, reading or kind of like logging some stuff. So
Cool. I'm going to, just take a general look around the room, see if anything happens to stand out. But overall, I'm going to work my way up around the ceiling, over his back shoulder. I don't want to see what he's logging.
you want to see what he's logging?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay.
See what he's doing. What's on his desk?
Make a general perception check for the room.
No advantage.
No. You have little spider eyes, so it's kind of...
It's good tough. I
Yeah,
agree.
it's going to be a little tough for you.
Yes.
What'd you get?
24.
24?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Wait. It's not my perception now. It's the spider's perception, right?
True.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's like a good spider perception.
It's still pretty good for a spider, dude.
That's like
Yeah.
Spider-Man status right there.
Let me see. Where the fuck is the spider?
You're seeing shit you're not
It should be in your
supposed to see.
extras.
Yeah, no, I know. So-
Also, dude, I forgot to tell you, when you leveled up to 6, you have animals with a swimming speed now.
I know. I saw that.
Swimming speed.
Yeah.
He could turn into a reef shark.
Ah, dude.
Or a hunter.
perception-
What?
24.
So he
Perception
can
plus
do,
6
like-
too.
Oh,
How's
okay.
that possible for spider?
Do like 40
You're not
miles
picking
per
a
hour.
giant spider, are you?
No, dude. Spider, tiny beast.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
24. So, there are a variety of books here. Even with that roll, it's kind of hard to delineate what's what. I mean, there's some tomes with the bindings that are written in languages you don't know. There's some tomes that appear to be like Dwarven. I don't know if you know Dwarven. I don't think you do.
I don't think so.
You've seen the writing enough. You just can't make it out. There's definitely some tomes in Elven. And then other various exotic languages that you have no clue what they are. I would say, and it is an absolute shit mess in here. You are almost like wondering how the fuck he operates in this place, but there is a sense of order, and he knows like what each stack does and where it's going. And you're watching. He's essentially just archiving books, and there's one pile that he's kind of taking. He's looking. He does some pilfering. He writes some things down. He's basically just logging any books that he may have gotten over the course of, however long. I will say with that roll, you do see... Yo! Is this on camera? No, it's not. Yo, stop!
Yo, he got a good grip. Like, he gripped my leg.
Yeah.
I couldn't get him off.
I used to wrestle with him. Yeah, I used to wrestle with him, and I think I taught him some of those grappling skills. Like, it's kind of weird, but...
Kung Fu grip.
You find a few titles that are kind of interesting to you. One being... hold on, let me... Unexpected Things, man. You gotta love it.
We're going on a ship.
One...
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
One thing being the... and this is interesting. You were asking about the Dawn of the New Age.
Yeah.
You see him writing in like the notes section of one of these tomes, The Dawning. And then you also see him writing, and it seems to be a kind of side note about failed political ventures of man. And then one last thing that that kind of piques your interest is a book. The title is very vague, and it's called The History of Nanar. But in the notes section, it says Ancient Grey Elves. So that's what you could glean from that. So
Cool. Okay.
that's all you want to do, and you want to skitter your way out?
Yeah, I can't see anything else I could need to do in there.
Yeah, he's in there.
Yeah, exactly.
So I see where you were going, but
Yeah.
he was in there, so...
How awesome would it be to just... He's not in there. You're in there. I don't know if I have to turn back into human form, but use... I forget what it's called. It's like Rizahl's, like, you can make a treasure chest appear.
The mode of soaring.
And then steal everything within a 5-foot radius. Just take every book in his office. It's not the right thing to do.
Oh!
Do you have the bag of holding on you?
I do have a...
You have the handy haversack,
I
you
do, but still, I've got to come into human form to do that, and he's gonna see me, and it's not worth it. And besides, there's no reason to steal from this guy yet, really. Plus he's gonna see me.
He's definitely gonna see you.
So we can't fight.
So he's in there.
Yeah, he's in the office, just like staring, scribbling into a logbook, So no, I'm gonna try to take a mental picture of what I saw, even the dwarvish stuff. I'm gonna try to do it from my best recollection, so that maybe when I come out of it, I can possibly write it down.
Make an intelligence check, just overall intelligence.
Awesome. With spider intelligence.
No.
No?
No, you keep yours.
Yeah?
Yeah. Physical traits, you take the form.
Okay.
5? Shit, man. All dwarvish looks the same to you, and you're like, how the fuck do they read this
Maybe
shit?
it was spider intelligence.
Yeah.
I think, Spider probably would have done a better job reading dwarvish than you right now. Alright. So you want to skitter your way back out that door?
I'm gonna skitter my way out, but since there's nobody else in the library,
There is Darla, his assistant.
at least like public.
Yeah.
While I'm skittering out, I'm just gonna kind of eavesdrop and look at like what they're up to, just to see maybe if something's going on.
Okay.
Are there any other doors or anything in there that we haven't been able to get in yet?
Yeah, there's a few. You get the sense that they live here.
Mm-hmm.
Make a perception check. you easily find their quarters. That's not a problem. And there's like a little common area where they eat and things like that.
16.
16. You also find what looks to be like a classroom. So being a conservatorium, you get the sense that they might hold some sort of schooling here from time to time. And there are... You make your way like under one of the desks, and as you look up with your spider eyes, you see like scrawlings, and it seems like these are kids that are actually here for schooling. Aside from that, no other rooms. It's all one floor, and the ceiling is massive, and it all just goes straight up to the roof.
Okay.
There's like a wash closet and things like that, but that's really it.
I'm assuming besides this office there are kind of advanced books or like, just like,
You weren't-
most protected tomes.
That would have been, and you would have seen that with your 24 roll in his office.
Okay. So.
He has a series of tomes that is either his collection or extremely under lock and key, and like this is stuff that he probably doesn't even let people see unless he's lit like physically, like like those in the movies when they when someone goes to a museum and they're looking at like this ancient tome or they're looking at this artwork and they bust out the gloves, and you get the sense that it's kind of like that.
I'm thinking like in Doctor Strange when they go to
Yes,
Kamar-Taj,
exactly.
there's a section of those like chained books.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sort of like that, and not as under lock and key, but the shelf is actually locked.
Okay. Can you see in it? Like, can I just like scroll, like walk past and kind of just peek at what they're called?
I would say make another perception check because it's locked and it's there's various grading. There's like it's got an open face. Yeah, you can't make out the words through the grading, but.
All right, I'm gonna cruise out now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna meet up with Regulus in the alley.
Make one more stealth check.
Right.
At advantage. You're on the ceiling. You're a tiny spider. Darla is way too preoccupied anyway, so I doubt she's even gonna see you. But unless she rolls a nat 20.
With advantage, you said?
Because you're a tiny little spider.
24.
24. Yeah, she rolled a nat 1.
Oh, good.
You're great. You walk out. You make your way back to the alley, and you come back to form.
I should creep up onto his shoulder and just pop into form.
Ah, nice. Make a strength check.
Strength check, alright.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes.
14.
14. He's not the burliest.
Yeah.
You're there, just minding your own business, reading your book, which we're gonna knock a half hour off of.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, you don't even feel the spider on you because you're wearing your plate armor. But all of a sudden, you boom, and a large, well, not large, but a medium-sized wood elf is just boom on your shoulders, just sitting there, crotch at the back of your head.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
All right, so you got a half hour in. You guys make your way back to the inn.
Yep.
And at this point, we all reconvene at the My Lady at Sea Inn. Trios is very excited about this airship. What do you tell the rest of the group?
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
So, you...
Well, we gotta talk to the shipmaster, but they're ready to set sail today. So, if you guys want to do this tomorrow.
If we want, yeah. They said tonight or tomorrow morning, right?
They did say tonight.
So we gotta talk to the shipmaster. If you guys want to book this ship and go to where are we going, Morgar?
The Valandrian Islands.
Valandrian Islands.
By the way of Levery is the port city that most ships would dock in. It's an airship, so they could essentially drop you off anywhere.
Okay.
But yeah, we can get to that once we RP this moment.
I'm gonna use the Stone Ascending.
You have one charge
tell
left,
Craig.
right?
Yeah. Actually, I have 3 charges. I'm gonna tell Craig that where we're going, and that he can't go.
Well,
in
you
the
used
airship.
one to contact Davin.
I think 2 already.
You used one for him to reach out to
I
him.
have one more. Yeah.
You have 3? Or 4?
3 charges, yeah.
Okay, so you have 1 left.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let Craig know where we're going, and if he wants to, join us.
At the docks?
No, if he wants to walk over there,
Okay.
because he can't go on an airship, so
Right.
yeah. Up to him.
He replies, I'm just sitting here at the bar drinking. I'm probably going to pass. But if you guys want to come by later for a drink.
Well, if we need you, I'll give you a call.
Okay. Alright, so mark that charge off. You guys make your way to Cloud Harbor, where you are greeted once more. Well, Trios is greeted once more, but you all are greeted, and this is the first time you're actually all meeting the Wharf Master, Varma Zog. She is short, stout, rich red hair tied down into 2 long braids. I don't think you've seen any female dwarves, but she actually has some stubble on her face. Little weathered face. It seems like the ocean spray and the sun and being out at the wharf has definitely, had its effect on her, but she greets you all. Thrios, once more, good to see you.
Hello.
I take it this is your group of adventurers?
Yes, and we're seeking passage on your ship.
Well, it's not my ship, but Devin's over there. If you wanted to maybe step into my office,
Sure.
we could maybe sit and discuss. So, you are then greeted by Captain Davin Forsyth, and this is the first time most of you see him as well. You all see a half-elf man with weathered skin, long brown hair that goes down into a single braid, and his ears come to a longer point than most half-elves you've seen. He is wearing simple clothes, a gray tunic with like a V-neck collar that's tied up by leather laces. He has these dark brown leather pants and these beautifully crafted boots. Over his clothes, he is wearing a set of studded leather armor that is riddled with barnacles and seashells and various other seafaring creatures. He has rings on almost all of his fingers, various necklaces and other trinkets around his neck, and similar accoutrement that's affixed to his armor. Back so soon. I guess you're serious when you said you had work for us.
Yes, sir.
This is your friends?
Yes, these are my friends. We're looking for passage.
Yo, he literally latched on in the matter of a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
So
Yo,
fast.
stop. Cool it down. Stop pumping.
We're looking for a passage. Maybe tonight or tomorrow morning.
Well, we could leave as soon as tonight if you'd like.
It's up to you guys. Do you want to leave tonight or tomorrow morning? You guys want
I
to...
mean, do we have anything else to do?
I mean, you can leave tonight. No worries.
How long is the journey?
Well, depends on where you're going.
So where does one often dock in the Valandrian Islands?
Well, Levery.
Levery is
Levery is the only port city in the Valandrian Islands, but we could drop you off anywhere, but I would say Levery is probably the safest place since
How
it's...
long to Levery?
Well, it's, let me just refer to my notes. It is a 6 to 8 day journey, depending on what we come across as far as storms and other things. I will say, traveling by way of air will make you a little bit, make you less out of the sight of various raiders and other beasts that travel in the waters. But I will say that traveling further north will probably be a problem. Well, not really a problem, it just all depends on the weather. If we have bad weather, we might be down for a day or two, or we might just have to re-plot our course, but...
Let's try to get to Valandri. At least we know it's a town, so we can go to the inn there, check out the store they got there.
Okay.
like towns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Towns are great.
Never been to Levery or the Valandrian Islands, but I'm told it's not too occupied, if that makes sense. It's not a...
Pretty desolate.
Yeah, it's not very populated, so...
Anybody want some?
I'm good, man.
So yeah, for a trip to Levery,
Dude, actually,
I like that you got that. It's awesome.
I would have to charge you 2,000 gold for the journey.
Total.
Yeah, it's a little.
Baby tiny smuckers.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. I think it's from like a
That's-
Pokemon
um,
conference.
It looks like one of those. Yep.
2,000 gold.
Mini marmalade.
2,000 gold for the journey to Levery.
For the lot of us.
For the lot of you, yes.
And how often do you...
And then Varma chimes in. With that said, the dock also requires 10% of that fee, so you'd be giving me 200 gold.
That's fine.
Well, is that round trip?
Oh, if you wanted to, if you wanted us to wait there, it'd probably be another 2,000 gold back.
2,000 back.
How many
It's
other?
2,000 to get there.
2,000 to get there.
Yeah, like how often does a airship come by the Valandrian Islands that we could hop back on? Like once we're there, how the fuck are we gonna get back?
As far as I know,
Well, I have.
This
this
is the
bonus
only
anyway.
airship.
Say we can call him.
We can call him.
Or are we
anytime.
or are we committing to a life in the Valandrian Islands?
Varma looks to you and she says, "I wouldn't want to commit to a life in the
And it seems like
Valandrians."
they can pick you up anywhere.
Yeah.
We can call them.
You also do know that you have Windwalk at your disposal. So if you wanted to,
I mean, I have 154 platinum, so
if you wanted to use Windwalk to get back,
Yeah.
that's not a problem
We
either.
probably should.
I have like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, we don't need to then. So it's better that we just establish the connection, use it one way. We can use
And then we'll call
We'll
them
walk
if
back.
we need anything.
If you need
if we
them.
need it again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good. Just drop
You
us
could-
off in Levery.
You could even kind of have them, because the Windwalk, one casting of it won't get you all the way from the Valandrian Islands back to Luskan, but you could send them a message and say, meet us in midair at this point,
That's awesome.
and you could Windwalk to the ship.
That's
Basically
awesome.
wind walk right to the ship.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then, in discussing this, Davin says, if you do that, we would, probably only charge you 1,000 gold for the venture back, but it's a good way to save some money if you got some skilled magic practitioners. So
We're a frugal task force, so yeah, we're gonna do
What season is it? So we left. It was the Harvest Festival. It's like Halloween time.
So like fall.
they're full with the Festival of the Moon. It dawns the end of the harvest and fall, and you are now on the cusp of winter. Shit is
And there
getting
any
rough.
way of knowing, yeah. And is there
It's
any way
also
of knowing
snowing in the north. Sorry.
what weather is coming our way, or what weather is to the north?
Are
there any weather predictive services in this world?
When you ask that, Rin says, maybe I could use the spell that I've been working on.
Oh, tell me about this spell. Actually, just do it. Yeah.
I would have to ask my god something specific, but it has to be about an outcome within the next 30 minutes. So if I ask, I don't know, maybe I could cast it every night just to see what the weather's going to be like for the next day. It might not work for the weather.
Well, sure. Might as well just like see what its capabilities are. So, so are we all committed to leaving tonight?
that. Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it.
Let's live tonight.
We should say. I kind of want to like run back in and say bye to the.
Kreglor?
Yeah.
And you have to stop at Kilana's before like dinner time to get the chalices. There's 2
All
chalices
right,
waiting
so
for you
run
there.
a couple errands
Say bye to Craig
before we hit the air.
I'll pass up by the temple, say, farewell.
Okay.
Yeah.
So dusk, just past dusk. We leave at nightfall. What do you say?
Yeah, can you find out? So, what's an example of something that she could ask about within the next 30 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the spell would work well in that regard.
Ah, fuck it. I'll just Alright, you play with that.
Okay.
Let's go get that.
Play with your
chalice.
dragon bones, Rin.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, I'll assemble the crew and we'll meet back here at nightfall. We'll probably be here before then, getting ready. But so if you're come a little early, it's not a problem.
Okay.
I'm gonna either pick up some cotton, something we can stuff our ears with, or I'll just draw earplugs to protect us from the sirens, from the harpies,
Okay.
while we're traveling.
The paints would probably make something more tactile and not as malleable. It might not be stone.
All right, so before,
Unless I guess you could draw cotton with some white and some black
but
or
while we're still in
Town.
we can
Okay.
probably get something to protect our ears.
and that's easy enough to do. I would say in going to Kilana's and passing the Grievous Golem, he definitely has cotton or cloth, and it's gonna be 5 copper for everyone here, so just mark that off your inventory. Alright, so you guys make your way back to the inn. Kreglor is at the crowbar, so if you wanted to say peace out to him. You're gonna split up and say your goodbyes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna stop at the Temple of Grelin, since your order is here?
Sure.
Okay. And then, what are you doing?
I don't know. Nothing.
Just coming along for the ride?
Yeah, I'll just come along for the
I'll
ride.
go with you to the temple.
Yeah.
And if anything, I'll probably just have Kafina cast Speak with the Dead, and then if anything, you have more relationship with Rizahl and Ivy, more history.
Yeah.
Probably just
Good call.
get that out of the way, and then
Yep.
just start his head afterwards.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
All right. So you go back to the Temple of Horror. You're met by Keeper Gofina, Regulus, Fassbender. I would say Gallandale kind of tagged along too.
Perfect.
So, how was your day?
It was good. We got a lot of research, and sorry for the last minute notice, but we are leaving town tonight. We're heading over to the
Just this thing's
Valandrian.
Valandrian Islands.
You gotta get that from one of the counters.
It's quite a formidable place. I'd urge you to just be cautious. I'm sure you're
There's a waitress in
well
the
capable of.
hooligans
Anything to be wary of.
smoking Long Island iced teas.
Don't really know
Had
much
dry
about
ice
them,
in there, so
but-
we would do that.
Anything on the
Also-
land itself, the mosses that inhabit
For
the
sure,
beasts that
because
inhabit
people
that area.
burning their throats.
I do
Yeah, that
recall
would be
that giant
crazy.
friend that you had in the temple this morning.
Yeah.
He was showing your friend Konrad
Okay.
some key points on the map.
All right.
So you may want to look at that map and see if you see anything.
Back to the
That's
Rizahl.
a blunderbuss.
Would it be possible to cast speaking again?
I
Yeah.
personally don't have it prepared, but
The end.
Grom, and she calls to the Goliath Grom.
So it shoots at
Regulus, good to see you.
Okay, I get Elmo's bud gun or something.
Yeah.
No hard feelings about the battle, right?
I learned so much from that battle,
You always
and
see them on the porn stuff.
battling with you, I learned more about
Stars,
business.
that show. Remember that?
I will tell Julia.
Likewise.
Pretty cool looking.
Yeah, they are cool looking.
Well, the next time you're back in town, we'll definitely spar, okay?
I look forward to it.
I heard you're leaving.
Yeah, absolutely. We are leaving. Hands and I are heading over to the Valandrian Islands. But I want to resolve this resolve thing real quickly. I don't have any questions, but let's see what we can get out of him.
You want me to cast Speak with Dead?
If you don't mind.
Let me see his head.
Alright. So I reach in the bag of holding. Take out
Oh,
his
the
head.
other hand.
Yeah.
Dead elven head. Yeah, you know, the bag of holding is like a vacuous space, and he's been in there for a couple days, so, you know, there's no flies or anything, but there's definitely a little bit of rot.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting there. But yeah, pops out. Just place it somewhere where the mouth can move. I do need the mouth to move.
Okay. Grab his head.
Oh my god.
All right. So what are you just gonna hold him up by the hair?
No, it's probably place his head.
At least like cradle him a little bit like this.
Yeah.
Aw, little baby deadhead. Grom looks to you. You get 5 questions. I have to ask them, but I don't know anything about this guy. So tell me what questions you want me to ask.
It's be like yes or no questions, right?
No,
Oh shit! Really?
I don't think so. Hold on.
Oh okay.
Hold on.
What are you gonna ask
Is he
him?
open?
The sign of assembly. Do they still exist today?
So you prepared yes or no questions.
Only one question.
No.
Yeah.
We got 5.
5. Yeah, I only have one question prepared, but I figured we'll just
Oh.
see and do it. And I want to know if like yes or no questions or if there's any questions.
We can ask him about Charlie. Because
Okay.
we still could call Charlie.
Yeah.
But we don't know much about it.
You guys got to read those letters.
I didn't read the letters.
Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer. If you
So
are
they can lie?
hostile, what?
They could lie to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like actual truth also.
Zone of Truth won't work because technically he's not a creature.
Yeah.
Zone of Truth, you have to target a creature, and technically under the rules as written, he's a corpse.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body. It's only an animating spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that hasn't happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to tell you the truth, but it doesn't have to also be yes or no.
That's
So,
fine.
what 5 questions do you have prepared for Rizahl?
Let's see. The Science Assembly. Do they still exist today?
What else?
Let's see. 1 second. Let me just try.
Yeah, make your list.
That's a good question to ask for Zone.
I mean, you know he was advising the Baron
Yeah.
of Sandok. You also... Fassbender, you kind of gleaned this from your research of his notes. The Scion Assembly were like keepers of magical knowledge. So you kind of put 2 and 2 together that they were safeguarding those teleportation circles. And that's how the Syndicate was able to use them. And that's kind of like why no one else knows about the teleportation circles in the world.
Any else? You have a question you want to ask Rizahl?
No.
You ready?
Did you read these? Regulus?
No, I didn't get the letters.
You didn't see them? We didn't share them with you?
I mean, you would have seen them in game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you saw them that morning.
Okay.
So you should ask Rizahl what he knows about the blood-filled chalice rituals, what the fuck that's all about.
What?
The blood-filled chalice rituals that Obius had been partaking in.
Oh, okay.
Rizahl knows anything
Fun,
about
fun.
that?
Okay.
Yeah. Obeus, that's a name that you could bring up for sure.
Yeah. I guess if he does say that the Science Assembly still exists today, follow-up question would be, where can we find the next wizard? Or who's the next wizard? What's the name? Probably his brother. Who's his brother?
You would know that if you read the letter.
Oh, shit, okay.
If you want to wait, read the letters,
Yeah.
and then have Rin cast Speak with Dead. You have 8 days on the boat,
Alright, fuck
so
it.
that wouldn't be a bad idea too.
Alright, then I'll save it for later.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say do some more homework and glean some more information. That's fine. All right, so you take out the head. You're like, well, maybe I should do some more homework, and you
Yeah.
stuff this dead head back in your. You have 5 more days though. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
All right. So you say your goodbyes.
Mm-hmm.
Kreglor is at the crowbar. Konrad, if you wanted to say your goodbyes to him.
Oh, we're taking off, old man.
Head north.
I'll give your family your love.
Please do, in the form of an arrow. Just, my cousin, Heslog. He's probably,
15, 20 feet tall.
yeah, I was considered a runt of our tribe, so, he's a really cruel and just try not to get caught by him.
Great advice.
Yeah, they run pretty strong. At least 15 when we last were there. That was 60 plus years ago. So who knows what happened to them? But you don't want to go head to head with 15 frost giants. Just keep that in mind, Konrad.
So the frost giants are your family, and then where should we look for the storm giants?
Okay, so the storm giants. Well, it's just like a wives' tale. The storm giant supposedly lives in Cloudcliff Keep.
Okay.
Most seafaring ships will never go through this pass because the storm giant and also like raiders set up shop on those islands and they just wreak havoc on them.
So we're probably just gonna.
You're taking the air though, so you could fly over that shit and it wouldn't be a problem. As far as this goes, he told you about the pool of Galatia.
Is that the lava?
That's the lava pool. The Tower of Plainsford is an ancient ruin from the Golden Age. And his tribe is, avoid the Ice Siren Sound. His tribe is kind of like in this area. And then the Andari kind of travel north and south between these 2 or 3 towns, if you will. But
Okay.
your father met your mother in Levery, and like you would learn that your mother was like one of the main hunters of the tribe, and she would often go to Levery to kind of like trade and do things like that with the civilization there. So that's how she met your father. Yeah. Well, I'll be here when you return. You're coming back to Luskan when you're done?
We'll see what the rest of the task force has to say. We're taking it one day at a time here.
Well, I'll be here, Konrad, so you always know where to find me.
Nice.
Alright. Alright, so, is there anything else you guys want to do before you make your way towards Cloud Harbor?
I'm good here. I'm ready to travel.
Okay.
That's the friendly skies.
Alright. On your way there, Fassbender, Gallandale kind of pulls you, not to the side, but kind of speaks to you candidly. Everything kind of happened fast after the assassination, and he's kind of like whispering this to you. I'd probably say he's speaking in Elvish as well. I do recall you taking the king's crown and some other items of his, right?
Yes.
You have him in your haversack, right?
I do have it on me.
Okay. So let's keep them there in a safe place, away from any prying or scrying eyes for now, and if we make it back to our land, like Aaelisin was saying, maybe we could present that crown to my father. I think he would find a good use for it.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure you still had it. Alright. You guys make your way to Cloud Harbor. You see the airship there before you at the kind of like skydock extension of the harbor, and it's a massive ship. It's about 90 feet? No, that's wrong.
They have music for this?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my music.
For the airship?
Yeah. All right, we're back in action. So the ship is 80 feet long. It has a giant mast at the top of it with a sail, but then you also see, and it's docked at the moment, so it's kind of hard to make out how it would look when it's flying. You can kind of put the imagery together. It has these two wing-like apparatus that are kind of folded down at the side so it can dock. And then at the very back of it, there seems like two sort of crystalline kind of like receptacles of some sort that are kind of hanging off on each side of the airship. You're greeted by Varma, and as you look up to the airship, you see a lot of the crew is getting ready and preparing for the day, or for the voyage. The captain, Davin Forsyth, is actually signing some documents with the wharf master, and you're greeted by the wharf master and the captain. So, you're ready to meet the crew?
Absolutely.
All right. Unfortunately, there's only one air balloon to take up, and we're gonna probably have to take you in shifts. Probably two trips, but shouldn't be that bad. None of you are afraid of heights, right?
I'm good here.
I would hope not, considering you're about to be on an airship for the next 8 days. So, all right, well, let's go. And over the course of about the next 10-15 minutes, you take these hot air balloons that are powered by some form of mystical, arcane fire energy, and it brings you up to the skydock extension. On board the ship, you see a crew of several races and creeds. Davin Forsyth is actually, he took up the first balloon so he could start preparing, and you see him, he starts barking off some orders to a tabaxi that's wearing like some simple clothes and some leather armor. There's about a crew of 8 people, and you see sitting at, like, not at the helm, but near the helm where the captain would be steering the ship, sat on a stool, a female with pale bluish skin, curly lavender colored hair, and she's gently strumming a harp. She's wearing a tricorn hat that comes to a long point in the front. She has these billowing white shirt. She has this billowing white shirt pluming out beneath this exquisite studded leather armor. She has a deep royal blue cloak with gray fur at the collar. There's a rapier at her side. And as you approach, she slowly brings her song to an end, and she looks to you all with a smile. Davin introduces you. This is my first mate, Mila Griswold. She says, "Hello. You are Traveling to the Valandrian Islands, I hear.
Yes, we are.
So are you.
Cookie
You're
and
staying
mouth.
on board.
Well, we are in somewhat private company here. I believe the captain overheard someone call you lot the task force. You wouldn't happen to be the fabled group known as the task force, would
Who's
you?
asking?
Well, I'm just a simple bard who likes to deal in knowledge in various stories, and I've actually heard some tales from a friend of mine, Ephron, the Catalyst.
Oh, Efren's cool.
He is rather cool, yes. He was an understudy of mine at the College of Lore, and, well,
College of Lore.
he told me about this group of indomitable foes that no one would ever want to cross.
Efren's an amazing person. Well, that's battle we fought. He died like 3 times.
He did mention that, actually. It's very squishy, that one. I tell him to stay away from battles, but he just heads right into them headstrong, so...
But yeah, that's us, the indomitable foes. Yep, you're looking at us.
Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
I'll let you meet the rest of the crew. I will be here if you need me, though. And she begins
You're gonna kiss her hand, Regulus?
going back to strumming her harp.
Welcome to Torino.
You've never seen a humanoid figure like this, with her skin pale blue. It's almost like translucent. You can almost see through it. Make a nature check.
Okay. 19. Wow. Oh, 19. Oh, plus 0. Great, over here, buddy.
Yo!
Great.
He's not gonna take it from you. He wants that leg. Yo!
Great, over here, buddy. Come on, great.
Nature check?
Yep, 19, bro. Great. Hey, buddy.
Nature plus guidance.
Leave him alone.
20.
20? If you want, you can roll a nature check too, Konrad.
Oh. That's funny.
You got a 19, you got a 20. Is it air genasi, actually.
Great, leave him alone,
So
bro.
they're half-blood elementals. So an air elemental, not an air elemental, a djinn had sexual relations with a woman
I got you,
or
bro.
man, and an air genasi was born.
Okay.
So they harness the wind and certain things like that. So I don't know if you heard with your role, she's an air genasi.
Air Genasi?
Yeah,
Air Genasi.
they're elemental kin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, cool, man.
So
You're
not tiefling at all.
what?
Thought she was maybe like part tiefling.
No. Yeah, you've never seen a tiefling of that skin color, but it could vary. So it could have been no horns though, that and a tail that would have tipped it off.
I'll let just tell her, like, what I said about Efren, I said it in jest. He helped us a lot in the movies. The next time you see him, please wish him well, and that we are grateful for his assistance.
Well, the next time he sends me a magical message, I'll be sure to give him your regards. At this point, the captain brings you along, and you meet 2 more figures. One is a short and stocky turtle with thick, leathery skin. He has a short red cape. He has these pair of goggles that are kind of like around his neck that resemble the eyes of an owl. He's wearing this golden circlet with a diamond affixed to the center of it. It has this swirling platinum design around the stone. You also see a deep blue, beautifully cut sapphire centered on a golden amulet hanging from his neck. It has silver linings intertwined with the gold, almost resembling the air. Hi, I'm Dunkirk, engineer of the ship here.
Greetings, we are the Taskforce.
Hello,
I'm
Dunkirk.
sure you heard of us.
Milo was saying bits and pieces, yes. So, what brings you to the Valandrian Islands?
Oh, are we traveling there, or we're traveling there? We're not there yet, right?
You're not there yet.
Okay. Konrad?
Huh?
What brings you to the Valandrian Islands?
Sorry, I'm just really admiring your outfit.
Totally naked, aside from the cape.
Oh, we got some shit to take care of, some business. We just met you, so.
Understood. And then at this point, a purple-skinned tiefling kind of nudges him and, don't mind this nosy little grump. He's always asking more than he should. You see a purple-skinned tiefling with horns twisting forward at the top of her head. The horns actually have various gold chains and jewelry hanging from them. She's wearing a dark green cloak with a billowing white shirt beneath it. She has various gems and rough-cut stones hanging from her cloak, kind of cinching it at the collar. Around her neck, she has a similar amulet as Dunkirk, with a sapphire and a similar wispy design. My name is Druzha. I'm also an engineer here on the Spirelight. We make sure that the air elementals that run the ship stay within our command. That's what these amulets are for.
And can you point us to our quarters?
Is this like a slave
Sure,
ship?
don't take good care of us, Druid.
Well, we have certain ways of controlling the air elementals, and that's the way that the ship has been
So
run.
that's how they power the ship to make it fly, is by harnessing the power of the air elementals.
Indeed.
Yes, it's pretty cool. Okay.
The olden days, there were these airships with a blue kind of crystal that was infused with arcane energy, but after the Golden Age and the Cataclysm, those ships have been lost forever. So this was our next best option, and while Captain Davin here didn't per se create the ship, Dunkirk and I were partially tasked with engineering it per se. So, well, welcome aboard the Spirelight. If you need anything, we're here for you.
Thank you. Nice ship.
Thank you. At this point, you see several other crewmen on the ship. You see a massive black dragonborn, piercing green eyes. He has a breastplate of armor with a pauldron covering his left shoulder.
What kind of armor?
A breastplate.
Okay.
Yeah. He has this ornate-looking longsword at his side. No scabbard. It's just kind of placed in between his body and his belt. And he also has a longbow slung over his back. He's busy kind of moving some boxes and some other supplies that, everyone's going to need for the journey. Next to him is a slim but fit human. He's wearing a black bandana, loose white shirt with simple leather armor. You also see two very interesting items on him. One item on his back is a long cylindrical contraption made of metal and wood at the back end. It seems like some sort of handle or something. That's slung over his shoulder by a leather strap over his back. And at his side, you see a similar, smaller metal object made of brass and steel with four short cylinders that kind of ornately go into a carved wooden handle. And there's this kind of like loop at the bottom of it. It's a pepper box, essentially. and then the thing on his back seems to be like some sort of rifle. So
Pepper box?
pepper box is those old
Gunpowder?
revolver pistols
Oh.
that have 4 barrels and they just shoot one after another. Captain Davin says, well, the Dragonborn is Merrill. He's one of our bosuns. And the other is Vanos. He's our other bosun. They handle a lot of the hard labor, and they take care of manning the sails and any other
What do you
things
call
like
them?
that.
What
Bosun?
What are both-
B-O-S-I-N.
What are bosuns?
Bosuns are... They're like the repairmen of the ship. They also kind of man the sails, and they also, since like the Dragonborn is probably the largest, most burly dude on the ship, he's always the one doing like all the manual labor and shit. Moving on down the line.
He's a massive black dragonborn.
Yeah, he's like he towers over all you guys. Not Kreglor size, but he's large. Moving down the line, we've got Caleb. He's our quartermaster and navigator. You see a male human, very fair skin, coiffed blonde hair, and blue eyes. He's short, rather scrawny. He's wearing spectacles that almost accentuate his hooked nose. He has a small circular metallic box hanging around his neck, and on his belt you see a spyglass and various scroll casings. So Caleb is our navigator, and next to him is a fellow quartermaster and also cook of the ship. That's Tomas. And Tomas is a rugged male human with rather weathered skin and a stubbly face. He's a fairly older gentleman that looks rather worse for wear. He has a simple cap on his head, and he is currently wearing a white apron that has smattering of different colored stains on it. And last but not least, we've got our newest additions to the crew. They were here for our last job, but they've only been with us for a few months now. We've got Deckhand Yannick. That's the half-elf. And then the fucking troublemaker there, Barlow. That's, well, he's the tabaxi. And you see Yannick is a half-elf male. Very simple clothes and equipment. He has a long blonde hair and hazel eyes, very tan skin, like almost burnt. It seems like the days on this last month's journey might have got the best of him, and he's not really used to like a lot of sun exposure. And his ears come to a short point. Next to him, you see a tabaxi who's kind of just sitting on a stool. He has white spotted fur that resembles like a Bengal print, like the house cat Bengals. Much like the half-elf, he is in very simple clothes, a white billowing shirt beneath a piece of like piecemeal leather armor. It looks like he took a few pieces from armor that he's picked up along the way and kind of made this set for his own. He has a short sword and a short bow, both at his side, and he's kind of flipping a dagger in his hand and occasionally throwing it boringly into the deck of the ship.
What's a tabaxi?
Tabaxi is a cat person.
Cat person.
Yeah. At this point, Davin admonishes to him, "For the love of the gods, Barlow, I told you stop throwing your dagger into the deck of my ship. It's bad enough your damn claws are always scratching it up." And at this point, he sheathes his dagger. "Sorry, Captain. Is there anything you'll have me do? Go help Merrill with the things. Come on. Get it together, boy." He scurries off. "Well, you've met my crew. Make yourselves at home. We're going to be here for some time, so get comfortable. If you need anything, be sure to let this lot know. I would say Caleb is probably the most helpful out of all of us. The rest of them are just a grumpy lot, so if you need help, ask Caleb, but you could ask anyone, but I would start with Caleb. He's much more helpful than the rest. I will say this, aside from payment, which I will need right now, I mean no offense by this either, Task Force, but This isn't a cruise ship. You will be expected to work or defend ourselves if the need arises. You all seem like a capable lot, so I hope we all are at an understanding. While you're on my ship, what I say goes. I won't have you jeopardizing the life of my crew and the conditions of my ship. So as long as we are in agreement, there shouldn't be any problems.
I don't know, we're gonna have to work.
You know, kind of what you told us this earlier.
Yeah. I mean, we paid you 2,000 gold.
You haven't paid me yet.
Oh.
What kind
No,
of
but
work
fair enough.
What kind of work are we expecting to do?
I mean,
Oh,
it's
listen, guys,
it's
guys.
minimal to say the least.
Yeah, we're the task force.
If someone needs a crate carried, something simple as that, or I mean, if we get attacked by harpies, I would hope to the gods that you would help us defend the ship. That's really all we're asking.
So we're paying you
Are
to
we
defend the
likely
ship.
to get attacked by harpies? Because
It
all
could
we have
happen.
to do is like close our ears off to them, no? Or do they come and fucking attack? I guess we'll know.
The not hearing them will only save you from walking off the side of the ship to your impending doom, because the song that they sing will lure you to them. And if the song doesn't work, they'll probably come and try to scratch us up. So
And with all due respect, my plan was to stay in my quarters and study.
like I said, minimal if not any work, but I'm just saying if I ask for your help, I would hope that you can lend a hand.
Sure. I'll help.
I'd be happy to help.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
I'm still staring at you. And I give you, 20 platinum
Yeah.
for your fee, which is 200 gold, right?
You get the
It's
shittiest
2,000. Oh,
place on the
But you
ship
get the 10%.
to sleep.
Don't mess with
no,
Regulus, man. He
no.
got, like, two
You guys got to
swords.
pay
One's
the
like a
dock
fucking
ma- You
demon
got to pay the
sword.
wharf master.
Oh, okay, well,
I wouldn't mess
The
with
wharf
it.
master gets 200, and then you paid 2,000 to the captain.
Okay. Alright. That's fine.
You guys might have noticed this, but I just noticed this right now in D&D Beyond. You can tap on the numbers for any
Yeah.
of the things and
Yeah.
it does the dice roll.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
They actually just added a crit, so if you crit, it will double your damage.
Tap on the number.
Yeah, so like roll where it says +5 for a perception check or whatever.
Yeah.
Just tap that
Any
number.
of those numbers or any of these numbers. Just double tap it.
I've been telling Rod this.
Oh, wow.
I've been playtesting certain battles that I have planned for you guys.
That's amazing.
It's awesome, eh? And it calculates everything.
It calculates everything for you, yeah.
It's amazing.
I've been setting up like future encounters, and I've been playtesting battles like with your characters,
Uh-huh.
and that digital dice rolling has been a godsend to me because I don't have to sit there and roll. I just click, and it just happens. So,
Very cool.
thank you, D&D Beyond. And that's only getting better. Also, download the mobile app. They have it available now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can't edit certain things, but within the next couple weeks, it's going to be available. So,
Okay.
yeah. And then that way, like, let's say I lose internet, your stuff will be saved, and it won't rely on the server or anything. It'll just be there. So, all right. So you're all left to your own devices. So you have about another hour before the ship embarks. Is there anything else you guys want to do, or are you gonna? Oh, and at this point, Davin does show you to your quarters. We only have 3 rooms available, so I would hope some of you could, or be willing to share.
That's fine.
Gallendale kind of looks to you and say,
I'm actually gonna head out to the deck and just like check out the scenery. Cause
Okay.
it's like, you know, flying shit.
us wood elves, we don't even need to sleep, so we could share a room. You want a room for yourself?
Yes, please.
Okay. And then I assume the new item.
Right.
All right. All right. Davin shows you to your quarters. It's in the lower deck of the ship.
Gallendale, you want to move me?
If you don't, yeah, if you want, it's fine. I won't be distracting, so you can keep
Don't worry
reading.
about it.
I know you're upset, but I hope that doesn't stop you from reading.
I'm completely irate right now.
All right. So you want to just go out, take a little view of the ship. What are you looking for? Anything specific?
No, just enjoy the scenery. Take
Okay.
it in.
And I mean,
Being on an airship, you know.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah.
first time, and like for most people that you've ever encountered, these are just fables from the Golden Age, you know?
Right. Like.
So you guys
Seeing a flying ship, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first one that you've ever seen, and now you're on it. And to think of like how far you all came from that prison cell in Karvoth, and Trios wasn't with you at the time, but he joined you not too long after that, and you guys have come a long way as a group, for sure.
That's true.
All right, so Trios is taken in the sights. Anyone else?
I'm gonna climb up to the highest point on the boat.
There's a crow's nest.
Okay, nice. I could go up there and just
Okay.
take a short rest.
Take a short rest.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Look
sure.
around for a little bit, but
Okay,
well, I mean, what time is it though? I mean, we're all gonna go to bed at some point. So
about 6 or
so there's no
7.
point doing
Yeah.
it. So no.
Okay.
Okay.
You're reading.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd say at this point 6 or 7. You still have 1 point of exhaustion.
Yep.
So how long do you want to go?
I'll probably read till midnight.
Okay, so I'll give you 6 hours on that. So you have 26 and a half hours left. You're getting there, man.
4
You're
more days, right?
you're down 4 days.
And then I'll get a full. I'll be. I'll take a long rest after my studies, right?
If you want. If you want to take another point of exhaustion, I'm not going to say no to that, you know? But then your movement speed would be halved. Totally up to you.
You know what? I mean, I still have a lot of time, so I'm gonna take the long rest after the 6 hours. study,
Okay.
Just in case we get bombarded by harpies.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So the rest of you want to retire for the evening, and at this point you notice Yannick, the cook, is preparing dinner for you all. He invites everyone down to the mess hall. And it's a simple meal, you know, just like some cooked meats, some potatoes, nothing serious. But it's kind of like the send-off meal, and you're getting the sense that it's probably gonna decline in quality as as you go on. But so yeah, you have your meal. If there's anything else you want to do for the night, I mean, I know you have some things at your disposal.
Yeah, I mean, I should probably study a little more.
Yep. So you can't technically study any more spells or the notes, but you can go through the list of spells and try to learn some if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to do? You're batting down with Rin for the evening?
Yeah. How many heroes feasts does the chalice provide? Only 3?
One.
Only one.
One chalice provides 1 feast, and that lasts for 24 hours. Rin acquired 2 bowls.
So that's 2 feasts altogether. Okay. Oh, that's gross.
I didn't see that.
So maybe the final meal of the voyage, we can do a feast for like all of the crewmen.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe.
I believe it feeds up to 8.
Oh, that's it. Never
Yeah,
mind.
so that might not work. Yeah. But it's definitely something that you could do, like when you land in Levery. It depends. It kind of depends on what happens along the way,
I
right?
just remember it seemed like we were having like lots of feasts at one point.
Yeah,
But we had-
you guys found a golden statue in that goblin cave. Then that Rin had 3 bowls commissioned, so you had enough.
We had 3 feasts.
Yeah. You had a feast. You had a feast for the Rizahl fight. You had a feast. I think you did a feast for the assassination, even though you didn't really need it. And then there was another time that you had a feast,
When I
but
killed my friend.
yes, but the temple gave you the feast.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the battle cam. So if we
Yeah,
go
like,
into
what the
battle,
hell?
that's gonna go into that layout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't see this camera.
Yeah. So, you guys want to start taking your long rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
HP, right?
You restore your hit points.
Yeah,
You
buddy.
restore all your spell slots
Do I have to choose spells that I wanna?
that you want to learn.
Yeah.
Yes.
My spell
Yeah.
slots
So
are
how
out.
many can I do?
How many items can you have attuned to yourself? How do you know that? Oh, it's 3?
Go to
Okay.
equipment, and then go to the attunement tab.
Yeah, I have 3 already, so that's like max.
What do you have? You have the ring, you have your wraps, and the bracers?
Yes.
Okay. So if you'd want to use the staff, you need to unattune one or the other. So keep that in mind. You can use the staff as a mundane weapon.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna tune to the.
You are going north, though, so having the ring might be a good idea.
Keep the ring.
The bracers do give you +2 to your AC if you don't wear armor, so...
Yeah. I'd rather have the wraps on.
Yeah, the wraps are way better. There's synergy with you and the wraps, too, you know?
Yeah.
You score a crit, you can recharge roll your key.
Yeah.
So...
Wraps.
So,
What is that staff called?
Staff of Striking.
Staff of Striking. Can I attune to something too tonight?
Sure. It takes about an hour to attune.
Okay.
What do you want to tune to? Yeah, because you... Well, I don't know if you were. You stopped attuning to the wand, right? I think you had 3 items, though. You had the Ring of Protection.
I do.
You had the Windfell. And you had the Sunblade. So if you wanted to unattune to the Sunblade...
That's what I'm thinking. Well, I
This
want
thing is
to attune to this robe of the Windbearer.
You can't. You're not a wizard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you do know that when Konrad gets higher in level, he can ignore attune requirements.
Okay.
Even though he's a thief, he could still attune to that. So that might be a good... That would actually be really cool on him because he could summon the essence and sneak around using his stealth skills. And if he gets hurt or in trouble, it'll just revert him back to his body.
Oh, this
So-
stuff is crazy.
Yeah, man.
It's +12.
Yeah, it's a +12.
What?
The problem with that right now is it'll deal less damage. It deals more damage than your unarmed strikes at the moment. So actually, yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to have, dude.
And you get +3 bonus to attack.
And then also, if you spend a charge, I'm pretty sure you can deal like an X amount of force damage per charge you spend.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, it's
And it has
really
10
good.
charges.
Yeah. These eggs are still cold, bro. What's up with that? Good shit. Alright, so so then you don't want to attune? I also noticed you added Konrad's leather plate armor to you. I took that off.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
What about this full metal?
Full metal, that's Gallandale's cloak.
Okay.
Yeah. The only other thing I think you could attune to is the Wand of the War Mage,
Yeah.
which if you cast a spell that requires an attack roll, it'll give you a +1 bonus to that attack. But it's like if you have a +5 because of your wisdom and your proficiency bonus, it would be a +6. So everything counts, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you have this, if you want to keep the Sunblade, I don't know. If you're looking for something that deals radiant damage, then you might want to keep the Sunblade. I don't think you should unattune to the Windfell. Like that's your baby right there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and that Ring of Protection,
That thing's awesome.
you need that, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially you can't wear metal.
There's this amulet of proof of against detection and location.
Gallandale has it.
It's got that. Shit. Well,
You got the British voice.
yeah, let's I'm gonna attune to the Wand of the War Mage.
Alright, go.
And unattune to
The Sunblade?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So at this point, you notice the reason that there's so many crew members is that they do half shifts, half during the day, half at night, and this keeps the ship going for a full 24 hours. That's why travel to the Valandrian Islands is so short. It would normally take about 20 days. So, Fassbender, you want to learn some spells.
Yeah.
You want to go over the list first.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little while though, so
I would say, given that you're wood elf and you don't have to sleep the full 8 hours, pick 4. It'll be about a spell an hour. Okay?
Okay.
While he's doing that, Konrad, anything you want to say or do with Rin?
You like that?
I hate you so much.
You like
She told me about her dreams.
Call me a champion. Honestly, I haven't had much dreams since I met you all in the Temple of Tyr, and you remember that's the first time that you had those dreams. Zavil came to you in your dream. Your friend is in danger. Remember that?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really speak to my god as much as. Well, I wouldn't say he's your god, but he kind of chose you. But yeah, I don't speak to them as much as you or Regulus.
I don't know what else to talk about.
All right, you guys shag and go to bed. Konrad, as you find yourself resting this evening, you have yet another dream. While your dreams as of late have been rather intense and quite vivid, something feels different about this dream. There is no white expanse, no sun god, just flashing imagery, ever changing, ever clawing at the back of your mind. As you fidget in your bed, tossing and turning, you see a dark, dreary sky. Oh, hold on one second. As you fidget in your bed, you see a dark, dreary sky. You hear a loud crash of thunder, but the lightning does not give off the blue hue you're so accustomed to. It's more of a fiery red. This storm clashes across a raw landscape of desolation. No civilization in sight. Snow falling on the ground, and a deathly wind that almost thrashes the life force out of you. You see a crumbling tower, half fallen already. What you could only assume was once a grand visage of peace and hope now lies in ruin in this frigid wasteland. Your vision flickers once more, and your vision flickers white, and now you see this tower standing tall in all its glory. A massive tower of solid white granite, gently nestled among vast roving plains. The imagery flashes again, and now you see two hooded figures wearing black robes walking away from you. They are flanked by two massive figures, one adorned in jet black armor. It's hard to make out their appearance since they're walking away, but you see black wisps of smoke or something coming through the crevices of the armor. The other resembles that of a bluish-white monstrosity, chitinous-like armor and two long antennae protruding from the top of its insectoid-like head. As a crash of thunder shakes you to your very core again, your vision shifts once more, and you're in a pitch-black room. No visible light. It almost seems like you have no dark vision. All you hear is footsteps, metallic boots pounding against the stone-cut floor. Doosh, doosh, doosh. As they draw near, you begin to hear heavy breathing until a figure steps into your sight. A pale green and gray rotting face red glowing eyes, jet black hair, and a maw filled with rotten teeth. He's wearing a suit of plate armor, and as he holds up his gauntleted fists, you awake. But you aren't in your bed. Rin is not at your side. You look around, and you see yourself on a bedroll as the recent snowfall is encroaching upon the space that you lay. Huddled up next to a campfire, you look up and you see a female figure. It's your mother. The time has come, Konrad. I'm sorry to put you through this. The gods know this is all my fault. But only you can stop this now. This is more than just restoring our people. It's a matter of life and death for the entire world of Haven as we know it. As she says these words, you awaken, gasping for air, jolting out of your bed in a cold sweat. Rin, awake, looking upon you with a look of absolute concern. Konrad, are you all right? You are thrashing in your sleep. She begins to rub your back. Gods, you're drenched. Here, let me get you something.
That's some Inception type shit. Kind of dreaming. Like a dream within a dream.
She grabs a cloth from one of the hutches in the room and she hands it to you and sits down. Tell me everything.
Alright, I tell her about the insect guy and then the black robed figures and the white granite tower. Do I recognize that white granite tower?
You don't recognize the tower per se. Make a wisdom check. I would say make a wisdom check with advantage because you're kind of going through the motions with Rin. Just add your wisdom modifier.
18.
18. You've never seen this tower, but judging from the map you were given and the dream and everything falling into line, the dreams that you've had, Galadriel saying that these fiends are trying to uncover some ancient evil, you get the sense that this is the Tower of Plainsford, which is marked on your map. And what you saw was this right here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then obviously the ruined one was crumbled and half fallen over, but... So, it's hard to make yourself kind of fall back to sleep, but you do eventually. Rin kind of rubbing your back and gently caressing you and calming you down. You can complete your long rest. Everyone else can also complete their long rest. I know Fassbender has some business to attend to before his long rest is over, but... Yep. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. It's just taking a while to look them up. I don't know what a lot of these are. There's so many cool ones.
You got questions? And the good thing is you have this list, so you could just pick away at them day by day,
That's
too,
true.
you know?
Yeah. All right. Well, can I choose the more advanced ones yet, or even I can't
Up to
use
level
them?
3.
Just up to level 3.
If you want to try a level 4 spell, the wisdom check is going to be at disadvantage. So you might as well wait. Especially if you can't use it yet, you know?
Yeah. Well, all right. So, what's I got a kind of idea what it is. What's Liam's tiny hut?
Liam's tiny hut, it creates this sphere that you choose the creatures that can enter it. No one that you don't choose can walk in and out of it. It's susceptible to sound, so any sound that you make can be heard outside of it, but no one can enter the hut. It's a good way to make camp if you are in a hospitable land. You don't want to make shifts on keeping watch and things like that. So.
Okay. So right now, I'm just gonna do. So let's do animate dead.
You want to do, dude? That's a necromancy spell. You really want to do that?
Oh.
That's gonna create zombies. That's not gonna bring people back to life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do it.
Don't do it.
All right. So I'm definitely gonna do tongues.
I thought you were gonna become the Oathbreaker Paladin. This guy's about to multi-class here. All right. So you want to do tongues?
Yeah, tongues for sure. I'll do protection from energy as well.
I would double check your spell list, man. Maybe I
You
missed
crossed
that.
off some on some of them.
Yeah, but I could have sworn protection of energy was a druidic thing. Let me see what roll 20 has to say. Cleric druid, yeah, I just forgot to strike that off the list, man.
Okay.
My bad. Tongues is a good one, though.
Tongues is a really good one.
Hell yes.
Ooh, fly?
Hell yes, that's a 3rd level spell, right?
Yeah. Let's do fly.
Okay, so let's start with those two. Judging on how well you roll,
Yeah.
that'll determine if you have any more time, because these are 3rd level spells. They're a little bit more involved than the others. So let's start with tongues.
Okay.
Make a wisdom, just a wisdom check.
I'm gonna use this digital roll.
All right.
Let's see how it does.
D20, add your wisdom modifier. Oh, actually, yeah.
And I got the wand of the war mage.
No, that's not. That's
yet.
only when you cast spells.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I think on your character sheet you could actually, yeah, if you hit wisdom plus where it says +3, it'll give you the check.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do.
Do it.
So wisdom
You can guide yourself as well.
as well. Here. Ten.
10.
Yeah.
You're not able to figure out the spell. You take a good hour, maybe almost close to 2 hours in this failure, and just the nature of the spell, also the fact that trying to comprehend all those languages and allowing other creatures to comprehend your languages, it's still a little bit mystifying to you, and you're gonna have to come back to it in a day to
Okay.
learn that. Give me one more roll for fly.
Physical roll this time. Got it.
Definitely not.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 6.
Nope, no dice. So unfortunately, over the course of the 4 hours, you try to understand these spells and you cannot. That's the nature of this, though. But you can definitely try it again. It's not like a spell scroll where it's lost.
Sounds good.
Okay, you can complete your long rest. Luckily, you have 8 days. You know, so you can literally spend all the time in the world if you want to do this. So, okay. You're met in the morning by the captain. Yannick also has breakfast prepared for you. It's a simple meal, some scrambled eggs, a little bit of bacon. That's about it. There's ale and some water. The water's going to start going bad soon. So Rin's like, I can purify that if we need to. Don't worry, guys. So, Task Force, you have the Spirelight at your disposal. What do you guys want to do? You're reading?
I'm gonna try back to my read.
Go for it. I'm assuming you never left.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll get to you in a second.
I'll get on there. Do me a favor. You go out for breakfast. Can you grab me like something good to eat?
Sure.
Thanks.
Pocket bacon?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
He brings you back some pocket bacon and a cup of ale. The ale is watered down, so it's like water.
You're the best. Thank you.
No problem. Alright, is there anything else you guys want to do?
I'm anticipating some kind of like running into enemies.
It's party shit, right?
Yeah, might as well take it Wait, what'd you say?
Harpies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for them to show up.
Like, might as well build our strength.
So you're kind of just resting and reserving yourself?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, great. Hey. Baby.
Okay. So, does anybody want to keep watch? Is there anything that, I mean, Regulus is in his room, so...
Oh, I'll keep watch.
Okay. You're wearing the eyes of the eagle?
Yeah.
Okay, make a perception check with advantage. 19?
19 plus 7.
Nice. Expertise and perception is the way to go, huh? 26, right? So, off in the distance, it's in the water, so it's nothing to be too concerned about, but you actually see a whirlpool that's kind of forming in the water. Strange. Catches your eye, but it's nothing to be concerned about since you're in the air. As far as the weather goes, I have a table here somewhere.
Unless a giant serpent jumps up out of the water.
Out of the whirlpool and flies at you guys. The weather is smooth, clear sailing. Hey, get down. No storms, no nothing in sight. Seems like your next day or two seem to be good as you're looking westward to where most of the storms travel. Everything seems on the up and up so far, so.
Alright.
Fassbender, what do you want to do?
Do some book learning.
You want to do some book learning? There's some quiet places within the ship too that you could go to.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Okay.
a little walk around.
Okay.
Find a little nook.
All right, you find a little nook, and in doing so,
Like, test them out in person.
Mila, the first mate and the bard, she walks up to you. She says, "You mind if I strum a bit? I will be not but a distraction, please."
Oh, please do.
And so she begins to start strumming the harp. Also, after breakfast, Rin asked if you wanted another enhance ability. Hell, he's like, I could take all the advantage I can get. Alright, so you get intelligence checks at advantage. What do you want to start with? The notes?
Notes.
Okay, so as you are going through these notes, this beautiful melody that Mila is playing on the harp is just so captivating, and it seems like it's helping you focus on the notes even more. And you look up to her very briefly, and you see from the harp this wisp of purple arcane energy flows out of the harp and into you. She gives you inspiration. So on top of your advantage and guidance, you can add a D10 to your ability check. Bards are the shit, man. That's why I want to play a bard in Rod's one shot. But I want to play so many things. I want to play a barbarian too because I want to smash shit. So yeah, you can roll an investigation check with advantage, guide yourself, and add a D10. You got to roll higher than a 19.
I got a little higher. 14.
Really?
Yeah.
With the inspiration?
What inspiration is what?
A D10.
Yeah, with inspiration.
Damn.
What are you gonna do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the course of the hour, same deal. It seems like everything that Rizahl has locked beyond these pages are just locked behind an incredible amount of allegory and enchantment, and it's going to take some more cracking for sure. You're You want to work on the spells?
Sure.
She offers you the same amount of inspiration,
Okay.
and Rin comes over and gives you one more enhance ability. So I'll mark
Alright.
2 spells off of her list.
Investigation.
For the spells, it's an Arcana check. Oh shit, I forgot to take a long rest for her. D4 at a D10. You gotta get higher than a 21. You rolled pretty high last time.
I've got to roll higher than what?
21.
I'm not even gonna roll the last dice. It's not even gonna matter.
Why? You rolled it with advantage?
No.
Yeah, roll at advantage.
Still not
No?
gonna. Nope.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yep.
You'll get there, you'll get there.
Yep.
You're definitely thinking that you're gonna need Mila's help
Yeah.
to unlock the rest of this stuff. So if you wanted to RP some moments with her, she'll probably be glad to help you along the way. So, all right. So that was about 2 hours. If you wanted to hit some spells, you can definitely go through the list.
Yep.
Is there anything else you guys want to do on your first day in the air over the Dawnward Sea on your way to the Valandrian Islands?
Still studying.
You're reading.
What's Gallandale doing?
Gallandale's kind of just taking in the sights. He's not really, doesn't look bored. He's just, you have this like, he has this refreshed sense about him, you know? He's done quite a bit for his father with the whole king assassination and doing all that, and it's nice for him to relax.
I want to ask, the nerdy human. What's his name? I want to ask him what's up with the whirlpool. Why is there a whirlpool?
The navigator, Caleb?
Yeah. I think he's around.
He is. He's actually kind of like plotting the course for the next few days.
Yeah, it's like,
Seeing me on the side here.
Oh shit! Get your face there. He's plotting the course for the next few days, and as you approach, yes, how can I help you?
Probably gonna ask you a lot of questions because this is my first time flying over the sea, or really flying at all, except for this one time when I killed it. Doesn't matter. Hey, what's up with that whirlpool?
Oh, that one. Oh, it happens from time to time. Who knows? It could be a storm giant walking on the bottom of the ocean, and it created some sort of disturbance. Sometimes there are rifts into the water plane, the elemental plane of water, which you don't want to really go to.
Is that a byproduct of manipulating the elementals?
No. Well, these are air elementals, but we haven't had any sort of experiences like that. So, and I've been on the ship for a good 2 years now.
What'd you do before that?
I was a navigator for a sea ship.
Cool.
Taking to the skies is much funner though.
What are the crystals on the side of the ship for?
That was Druzia was telling you that's the older pre-cataclysm golden age version. They would use these blue crystals that were enchanted with some magical energy that would make them
they're
fly.
still there.
Oh, they're not on this ship at all.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She was just explaining like that's how they used to do it back in the day.
Okay, because we're using the wind elementals.
Yeah, using the air elementals. They're
Are
like
elementals again. They're gems that manipulate.
no.
elements.
The gems are the old technology. This ship uses air elementals to kind of create this jettison of force that pushes you
They
along.
look like cyclones
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
that walk around.
Yeah.
I think these have been sitting out for hours and are melting.
Yeah, if you want to just put them in the fridge, cool. Okay.
Yeah, definitely want to do a couple.
You want to
spells
try?
here.
You want to retry tongues and fly again, or?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. Give me 2 wisdom checks.
What does he need to right now?
He needs to make a wisdom ability check,
Okay.
and he has to roll 10 plus plus the level. So you need to roll higher than a 13. You just rolled poorly.
Yeah, that's just it. I'm doing guidance.
Hey, grade.
I'm doing what? Wisdom?
Yep, straight wisdom. Hey Jess, is there beer mimosas left? Can you put some? I have a pint glass in the thing to the left of the sink. Thank you.
17.
17. Tongues is now at your disposal. I will add that to your spell list.
Cool.
Sweet.
So that's dope. You can cast tongues, and if someone else is speaking another language, I don't know if it's a target or if it's an area, but basically they can understand you and you can understand them. This spell grants the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Moreover, when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language can hear the target understands what it says. So even if you're speaking common and you cast tongues, they'll understand what you're saying. Thank you, Jess.
Okay. It's Vampiric Touch.
Vampiric Touch is a necromancy spell, so you make a melee spell attack, and if you hit, you deal necrotic damage. You gain half as many hit points.
Cool.
You can maintain concentration, and then every turn that you're maintaining concentration, you can pull more life force out of them. I don't know if it's like along the lines of your druidic magic, but I mean, you could definitely like make it your own. Do you want to try fly?
Yes.
Okay. I would say tongues. After failing the first time, you get a better understanding of the spell, and now that took you about an hour. So, give me one more wisdom check.
Uh, 16.
16? Okay. You got fly at your disposal now as well.
Nice, man.
Learning all the spells.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was about an hour.
Okay.
I would say at this point, after studying the spell book, doing this,
Yeah.
we're about 1 or 2 o'clock. So you have a good 4 more spells you could probably go through before you have your dinner, and then anything else you want to do.
Okay. I'm going to do. Melf's Acid Arrow.
I think you had.
I don't.
That was a mistake that we made
That was the
way
mistake I
back
made.
in the day,
Yes,
right?
I figured it makes sense now. I'll get to use it.
Hell yeah. All right. Give me a wisdom check. Pretty sure it's a 2nd level, right?
Yes.
Okay.
$13.
Just enough. Yeah, you needed a 12. So,
Alright.
all right, you got Melf's Acid Arrow.
Okay. I'm not sure what a lot of these are.
That being that you just barely graced it, I would say it took you about 2 hours.
Okay.
So we're nearing dinner time.
So maybe one more.
Yeah, I would give you 1 or 2 more depending on the roll, and then you
Okay.
can start your long rest.
So it's only up to 3.
Yeah.
Melf's Minute Meteor. I'm guessing a meteor shower or something.
Very minute, like very small scale meteor shower, but yeah.
Cool. Remove Curse. That's not so bad.
That's what Kofina used to break that.
Remove
You know
Curse.
Rin has that spell at her capabilities, but the more people that have those kind of spells, the better,
Yeah,
right?
remove
So,
Curse.
okay, and I believe that's a 3rd level, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, give me a wisdom check. 15? All right, you got it.
All right.
And I would say you even have time for 1 more before your long rest.
Okay. Sending. What is that? Send a message.
Sending is the message spell that
Oh, yeah.
Rin and he uses with his Stone of Sending.
I'm doing sending.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, that's another 3rd level.
Dude, you're powerful as fuck.
This is a homebrew that I created that I'm sure the rest of the world is not gonna like, but I don't care. It ties into his narrative, so, and his backstory. 11. You've seen it cast,
Yeah.
and you are just there on the cusp of understanding how to use Selyoun's nature magic to kind of make this your own, but it's gonna take a little bit more work for you. So, okay. I would say at this point it's time for everyone to take their long rest. Day 1 is in the books.
How many hours do I have knocked out so far?
So at this point, you're at 18 hours
Okay.
with 3 days left. You can take the point of exhaustion.
If I take the point of exhaustion, then my movements.
No. Ability checks are at disadvantage, but attack rolls, saving throws, all the other stuff is not.
What are my ability checks again? It's
Like history, religion, all that sort of
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Okay. Take the point of exhaustion. So now you're at 10 hours.
Yeah.
You have 3 days now. Yeah, you still have 3 days,
Yeah.
10 hours left of reading. So you're doing well. Add the
Nice.
point of exhaustion to your character sheet.
He's studying right now, man.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do? We're on day 2 of our journey. 2 of 8.
Still gonna read.
You're studying.
Study it.
Do you want to get Mila's help?
Sure.
Okay, or like find where she's playing her harp.
Yeah, I'm gonna go listen around.
Okay.
Wait for the harp to go nearby.
You hear it. It seems like she's the first mate. She barks orders at people, and she really doesn't do much else than that and play her harp. So, yeah, you sit down, kind of off to the side where she is.
Notes.
Business as usual.
Invest. No, wisdom.
Yeah, if you want, Rin can cast advanced enhanced abilities on you again.
Yes, please. That's D10.
No, that's advantage,
That's advantage. Okay.
and then you can add a D10 because of Mila's bardic
Does
inspiration.
you bake these, right?
Sweet.
Oh,
With that,
good.
like subtle, like coffee flavor.
Investigation. Yo, Rod, can you actually pass me one of those?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. Natural 20?
Natural 20.
Thank you.
I'm not even.
And
No, you
That
roll
was
it.
a lot easier.
Roll
Go.
it. Yeah. Roll it. If you get a 10,
David's
if you get a
a
10 on
monster
this
today.
D10, you are gonna uncover some shit, man. That's why you have to roll it, because this book has a DC higher than 25. Yeah, add your guidance, add all the stacks, all the buffs.
28.
28. Okay. You begin reading the notes, and third day at attempting this, and you're starting to unlock the way that Rizahl hides his secrets. Secrets of the world of Haven.
You have those?
Yeah.
Secrets of things that
Damn,
you didn't even
really?
think were possible.
Holy shit.
I have two
I was just looking for. I was just looking
So,
at there. Yo, people are stupid, right? It's
what'd you say?
ridiculous.
20, 26? 28.
Oh, how much are those things?
Oh, so I bought the
Retail
for
like
160.
160,
Okay.
and people are willing to pay like 400 or 500.
Why? Okay, they're hard to get.
Well, yeah, once they sell out, that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm selling the pair I have for $450.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And then when he's on stocks, because Apple's going to do a stock split on April 24th, no,
Mhm.
August 24th, so I'm going to use that for investments.
There you go.
Monthly with that.
You're investing in Apple.
Yeah, just for a long time though. Instead
I
of
bought
having-
some Amazon stuff.
I feel like it's
been
too
doing
late
pretty
for all
well.
that shit.
No, no,
They're
no,
saying it's
the
gonna
stock to like
And I love that
$100.
Amazon just made this huge commitment to be like a zero carbon producing company.
They're complete assholes.
Oh, Amazon?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah,
But
they're pure evil.
They
but
make money, so why not ride it?
Okay, so as you begin to read these notes, and you might want to take notes.
Okay.
You all might want to take some notes.
Why do you smell so good?
Coffee. Oh no, they're coffee, and then I put them
It's like
in.
spicy too.
I put them in
Like peppery.
dryer sheets to
Different
kind
ones that
of.
we saw last time.
No, they're
No,
the
those
same
are the
one.
same
Oh.
letters. Yeah. So, the section you begin to read, you're reading about the dawning of the New Age and how Haven, the world of Haven as we know it, was created. little bits and pieces of the Golden Age were kind of flaked into those texts. Now you hear, this is all about the Ascension War and the Second Cataclysm. Furthermore, the Golden Age and Mirkal, more about the Scion Assembly. So, basically, the Scion Assembly was under or controlled in a sense by Mirkal before he became a lich. So before he was corrupted with the power of undeath, and before he was trying to unlock the ritual of ascension, he was just a normal mortal man, a mage, a very powerful one at that. And he created the Scion Assembly to basically control kingships and other sovereigns and things like that. There is wording here about lichdom, and you get the sense that by uncovering the rest of these notes, you'll probably learn how to become a lich, or at least the process to it. Now, while this goes against all of your magics and the natural order that you believe in, this would probably help you in thwarting a lich later on down the road as well. If you know the process of how to make one, you probably know the process of how to destroy one. That's what you can glean from just the speak of lichdom and all that sort of stuff. You learn a lot about the Golden Age, though. It was a time of great magic and discovery. Dunamancy was actually discovered by Rizahl and his brother Ozal. You finally get a name drop for his brother, Ozal, the Earthbreaker.
Wait, was he a paladin?
No, Earthbreaker, not an Oathbreaker.
Okay.
Earthbreaker. Rizahl was the Windbearer, so you're getting the sense that these mages back in the Scion Assembly took certain elements and kind of harnessed it, and that was their speciality. Dunamancy was discovered during the Golden Age, but it was not considered a legitimate magic due to how newly discovered it was. It was kind of like back in the 80s, no one trusted in credit cards, but nowadays everybody and their mother uses them, right? You spoke about this briefly in some of your findings in Luskan, but it speaks of the first cataclysm and how a lot of the mortals had banished many of the gods. Some did not agree with this sentiment, and basically this sparked Mirkal's interest in becoming a god. He felt that while most of the gods were banished and locked away in their outer planes, this was his time to ascend to godhood and really rule Haven the way that he truly wanted to. Let's see here. You also learn of a group of adventurers. You learn of two groups of adventurers. There was the one group known as the Triad, which is... Stop. Tyr, Ilmater, and Torm. They're gods of this age. Tyr is the god of justice, Torm is the god of courage, Ilmater is the god of endurance. They were once mortal, and in an effort to thwart Mirkal in his god form, the creator gods gave them the secrets to achieving godhood to help the rest of the mortals out. You also learn that the rest of the Dead Three, Bane and Baal, are not actually gods. They're like lesser deities, but they're deemed as gods by the cult of the Dead Three because of their powers. The Golden Age was a time when both good and evil somewhat coexisted. Mirkal and his armies remained in the land of Namar. Many believe that this was due to Mirkal once being close to the former king of Faervin, which is a land of men. His name was Maxwell the Great. This was a footnote that you had read about last session. During the Golden Age, the two lands of men, Faervin and Almark, united to form the Kingdom of Almark. Maxwell stepped away from the throne, but he became the ambassador for the lands of Faervin. He was also one of the High Generals during the Ascension War.
Perfect, right?
Yes. His citadel was actually in the city of Plainsford. And his holy order was the Holy Order of Fatalism. One of his closest allies was the great mage Evanfall Ironclaw of the High Order of Elanthium. You also see a scrawling. You rolled really high. You see a scrawling about Elanthium. Elanthium is said to be the goddess that sparked the creation that created the creator gods. So Elanthium and Torul are light and dark. They're this primordial force. And Elanthium basically sacrificed herself in an effort to create the gods, who then she tasked to create the rest of the mortal world. Maxwell had a son, Matthias, and a daughter, Marin. And he also had two nephews, Darren and Derek.
So what's the daughter's name?
Marin, M-E-R-I-N. You rolled really fucking high, dude. Good shit.
2 nephews, right?
Darren and Derek. So you learned of the Triad, and then you also learn of a group known as Exemplar Prophecy. This was a group of adventurers that rose to power during the Golden Age, and they were essentially the strike force that was tasked with not only banishing Bane and Baal, but Mirkal himself, and they were at the forefront of all the battles that occurred at the very end of the Ascension War. The Maxwell, his younger nephew Darren, grew tired of being a knight in the courts of Plainford, and he decided to seek out evil on his own. His travels found him one day in the lair of a great golden dragon, and as a footnote to this, you see scrawlings that say that actually turned evil. So golden dragons are good by nature. Something about this footnote says that something corrupted it or twisted its will to be evil instead. The great dragon's name was Aaelisin, and it was defeated by Darren, but for a price. He had gone mad and remained in the lair for several years. His brother, Derek, and his uncle, Maxwell, spent all those years looking for them, along with Exemplar Prophecy. He was eventually found, and his emergence to the light cast a dark shadow that was seen from as far as Namar, the land of Mirkal. This shadow cast was from a very powerful item that Darren found. It was known as the Ring of Torul, which is the creator god counterpart to Elanthium. Torul. T-O-R-U-L. Deep lore dive. Good shit. Mirkal himself felt this magical aura, and he sent Chaos Knights and Chaos Warriors on nightmares, which are the horses with the flamed hooves, to retrieve Darren and the item. It was once prophesied that a great fallen knight would find the Ring of Torul and would become the champion of Torul and the Death Knight to the Lich, who would ascend to become a god. So you can only assume from these notes that Darren was created, Darren was turned into a Death Knight after being captured by Mirkal. It later says that Maxwell and Exemplar Prophecy ventured to Namar to retrieve Darren, but they were too late. And this brought Mirkal one step closer to Ascension with his Death Knight in place. What else? You basically learn some other things that you kind of already knew about the Ascension War, the battles at Mordor Watch, and the battles of Nadar Keep. Exemplar Prophecy was tasked to defeat Mirkul's champion Death Knight and also banish these betrayer gods. With the help of Evanfall, which is the powerful mage, and a mage named Mordheim, Mordheim, a tower was built in Plainsford where the remains of Darren were stored in a deep underground vault, protected by magical means and the spirit of Mordheim himself, who sacrificed his own life to guard this tower. Before his passing, Mordheim, along with Evanfall, created a ring to store Mirkul's soul. They knew his godly essence would return to the phylactery that his lich form would take, which they had assumed was on his person. You do recall earlier notes saying that the phylactery was found, was given to Asmodeus, though.
Yeah, I have those notes. And
So that's deep in the Nine
How is
Hells.
that different from the dagger?
You're assuming that the ring
Yeah.
is the equivalent of the dagger, but for Mirkul. You also get the sense that Mirkul has two items: the phylactery and the ring itself.
Factory was given by Asmodeus, right? Himself. And then, okay, got it.
Yeah, basically Asmodeus made a deal with Mirkul
Yeah.
and said, "I'll let you ascend to godhood, but you have to give me your phylactery for safekeeping."
I see.
It then goes on to read, Exemplar Prophecy staged an attack on the land Mirkul ruled over, while each country staged several attacks with their armies. Exemplar Prophecy was tasked with the banishment of the Dead Three. They systematically moved from god to god, saving Mirkul for last. Yep, so the Battle of Mordor Watch,
Yeah, it's either me.
and then the Battle of Nadar Keep is where they were banished once and for all.
I got a couch.
There is also
I need to pick it up.
one kind of diary entry.
Even if it's me, I gotta fucking.
It's referring to
I don't know if they fixed everything.
it's referring to Rizal's neutrality within the Ascension War. The entire Scion Assembly remained neutral during the Ascension Wars. Many of them had learned from Mirkul, serving him in some capacity during the Golden Age, but they felt he grew too powerful and were not opposed to his fall. So during the Ascension War, the Scion Assembly kind of took a back seat,
Okay.
let the mortals, let Exemplar Prophecy, and any intervening gods
Yeah.
take part in this battle. And it kind of makes sense that they kind of took a back seat, and once the cataclysm happened, they used that to their advantage to
Yeah.
take over the world.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good shit, man. Now, just so you know, while you uncovered most of the notes, there are still a few pages that are blank to you at this time. So you're getting the sense that you're gonna have to roll.
That's what
You're gonna have to roll a fucking
What?
30 to get to this shit, man.
Sorry.
So, that's the juicy bits that Rizahl really doesn't want anyone to see. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to take some time for the spells?
Yes.
All right, you get. Rin's gonna walk over to you, cast one more enhanced ability, and you can add another D10 to your Arcana check because of Mila's bardic inspirations.
So advantage plus 10 and guidance.
How many hours am I in to the reading?
We're at a new day, right?
Yeah.
We'll get to there.
Alright.
You're almost done. You gotta roll higher than a 21.
So you need to do some more.
21.
Oh, You are locked right there at that list of spells.
Yeah.
What spell is this?
So these are level 7, level 8, and level 9. You got time.
Yeah. That's fine.
The good thing about, I mean, the cool thing about the book is once you unlock all the spells, you get to use the spell book as a ritual caster. You gain the ritual caster feat, which is kind of cool because then you could take a spell that's written in the spell book and cast it ritually. So, but you got time.
Okay.
Yeah. Well done, man. Well done. If you want to go over your list of spells and kind of go over some shit, I would say you're a good 4 to 5 hours in it. You rolled really high, so you roll. I would even say maybe we're close to 6 hours. You uncovered a lot of information, and I'm sure like after you read all those notes, you ran to the rest of the group and you told them everything.
Yep. Okay,
Right.
cool.
So,
Good.
all right. Cool. Anything else anyone wants to do? Anyone want to take watch? See what the air has at their disposal?
I am good.
I like watching.
I like watching.
I like watching.
I like turtles.
Give me a perception check with advantage. With advantage.
Oh.
All right. No.
What's that say?
No,
9.
13 is better.
Okay.
6.
13, so 20.
20?
Yeah.
Things are looking fine. Doesn't seem to be any signs of danger. After day 1, you made your way out of Luskan Harbor, which is this bay. Yeah, it's a bay that basically goes in a good 100 or so miles, and then you get to Luskan. So you made your way out of Luskan Harbor. You're now over the open sea, and weather looks good. Everything looks good so far. So, anything else you guys want to do?
And the best part is no one's getting seasick because we're in.
Because you're in the air, yeah. Little turbulence here and there, but nothing crazy. Alright, so you guys can take your long rest. What are you doing?
How many hours I left?
So, you have 2 hours left. You have a point of exhaustion.
I'll take the long rest and then I'll just read in the morning.
Okay. So you have 2 hours left. You have 2 days left to read. So you're looking good.
I'll read in the morning.
You're sitting pretty, man. Sitting pretty. Okay.
Nice.
Alright. The morning finds you. You are greeted once again by Yannick. He is cooking you a very, very simple breakfast. Eggs and potatoes, nothing serious.
Turtle eggs.
Turtle eggs. Dunkirk is there shitting them out as you're eating. So, what do you guys want to do? Perception checks. Keeping watch. It is the morning. You can remove your point of exhaustion.
Okay, I'm gonna read.
What is it? Day what?
Day
We're at day 3.
3. 5 more days, man.
20 perception check.
20 perception check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same. 20 perception.
You guys see. Hold on, let me get to the right page here.
He's gonna attack us at any moment now.
I'm gonna sing a sea shanty.
Okay. With that, you see a group of flying humanoid figures approaching. You rolled a 20.
Yes.
Maybe
They both rolled 20s?
Yeah, both for 20.
Okay. They look like eagle or hawk like heads, humanoid bipedal bodies, but bird like claws, and large eagle or hawk like wings.
It's just the same shit.
Your description given to you of harpies was disgusting and vile creatures. These look beautiful and majestic as they're flying through the air.
Get repacking.
They don't approach you. but they seem to be kind of circling the airship and just keeping an eye on you all as you're flying through.
Are they celestials?
Make an Arcana check. I would say any of you can make Arcana checks if you'd like.
Will I sense outside the window? Or, because I'm stuck in my room still.
Yeah, you don't sense shit.
Okay.
You're reading for the next 2 hours, so yeah, Arcana checks if you guys want. These cookies are fucking awesome,
Right.
Jess.
Good.
Yeah.
They are so good.
7.
7. Arcana check if you want.
Okay, bro. 8 minus 1.
7.
I mean, if they are celestials, I would recognize.
Yeah, they're very bird-like, actually.
Oh, okay.
Why is my Arcana so low?
Sweet being her friends.
Because your intelligence.
I'm not smart.
You rolled, but you didn't mean to, right?
I am
No,
not
no, no.
smart.
Oh, you rolled a 14?
Mhm.
I got massive dexterity, but I am not intelligent.
So can I cast tongues and call out to them?
Sure. They're kind of far. They probably wouldn't hear you. They're keeping their distance.
Yep.
They're kind of just keeping an eye on you.
Okay.
You've heard stories, actually from your father, way back in the day, of a band of, and I'm gonna butcher this, Aarakocra. They are like tabaxis are like cat people.
Yeah.
Aarakocras are bird people. And your father would tell you.
The twain shall meet.
Your father would tell you stories about them. He would always mention that they're friendly, and they live on the other side of the Cloud Cliff Keep, on the northern side of it. So, doesn't seem to be anything threatening, but you do see them in the air, and they're keeping an eye out on you. Also, judging from your father's story, you're getting the sense that you're probably approaching Cloud Cliff soon. Probably within the next day or so. Say that 5 times fast.
Cloud Cliff.
Say this 5 times fast.
Sounds like a cool place.
Irish wristwatch.
Irish drill.
No.
Irish wristwatch.
No.
Irish
No.
wristwatch.
Don't even try it.
Irish
That's
wristwatch.
fun.
Wristwatch.
Or toy boat.
Toy boy. Toy boy.
Toy boy.
Not a toy boy.
What are we in Bangkok? Toy boy.
They're actually called katuis in Thailand. It's
Yeah.
lady boy.
Ladyboys.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did that
ladyboys.
Jackass episode.
Bro.
They're like that.
I got hounded when I was in Thailand,
There's
man.
videos. I watch
They
some
eat
videos.
white people up for dinner.
I watch videos on YouTube. You can't even tell some of them.
No, you can't.
It's the hands,
It's
the
the
shoulders,
hands?
and you gotta check for this shit.
Yeah, but some of them get that shit like not removed, but like they do something to their neck. It's weird. Anyway, yeah, lady boys, man. Katuis. They loved me though. Every time we would go
course.
downtown. Balang. Balang is like Gaijing in
Of
Thai.
course they love you.
So Balang, come here, Balang. I'm like, yeah, I
So
know.
lady boys go after the women?
No, they go after
Oh,
the
they
boys.
go after the boys.
There's a
That's
lot of those
that's
in
what I don't
Philippines.
get about the whole thing, you know. But
Dude, in
to
the
each his
Philippines,
own.
I get like mugged.
Yeah. I get like
In
mugged.
the Philippines, like I took a taxi and they ripped me off because they knew I didn't speak Tagalog.
They know.
Yeah, they know.
They knew what?
I didn't speak the dialect.
They know when you're not
Yeah.
from
I mean,
there,
works.
like
It's
you're
it's
from
how we
America.
love the
Yeah.
world.
You know.
Okay. So if you guys don't have anything major you want to do, you want to continue on for the next day.
I'm gonna take some exercise. I'm gonna like climb up to the top.
Okay.
Check it out.
Make
It's like a cool
make an
strategy.
athletics check.
Also, smart piece.
I've completed 2 hours.
You're done. So look, go to the item.
Fell off the boat.
There's a charge. If you click on the book, click on the charge, and it will automatically add
This
2
must
to your
be far,
dexterity.
man.
What is it called?
8 days.
Tome of
On
manual
an
of
airship? Where are we going?
What's that?
This is a far trip.
Yeah.
Imagine if you guys went by sea.
That's what I'm saying. Like 8 days by
I don't
air.
have it. Let me add it to my.
It would have been, and I'm just saying this now because you
would've been like a
chose
month?
the airship. 20 days, depending.
Wow.
There
That's
was a
long time.
long ship at the dock that took the very most long way around. That wasn't going to be leaving for the next 10 days anyway. And then there was a galley or a schooner that would have been about 18 to 20 days depending on the crew. Yeah.
So we definitely picked the fastest way.
And the fact that you guys had the money, I was like, yeah, let me fucking give them an airship.
But it's probably going as fast as a sailboat would go because it's got the sails, right?
It's going faster. It's going 8 miles per hour.
Oh.
Sailboat goes 3 to 4, depending on the size.
In this world.
In this world, yes.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
But this is like, we're higher up, so it's like more windy, I guess.
Yeah, and you have the air elementals kicking back the rest of that air.
Yeah, there was this film at Banff Mountain Film Fest where these guys were trying to cross the South Pole using kiteboards. And there were some days, and they had like these big fucking sleds loaded up with all their gear. And some days they would get like insane like storm winds all day long, and they would travel over 100 miles on these kiteboards across the ice and snow, and then other days it was just like dead and they're dragging this heavy sled.
Damn.
But they did it. Kiteboarding across the South Pole.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, what's it called? Manual quickness of action?
Yep. Alright, let me add.
And then when you click on the item,
Yep.
there's a charge. Click on the charge and it'll add 2 to your dexterity.
Yo, Nick, what's the ratio in this Vermosa?
1 to 1. I mixed Blue Moon and Haze Charmer though, so it's a little bit of both.
It's delicious.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like testing it out last night and I kind of drank a little bit more than I should have, and I was like, oh, it's so good, yeah. Okay. So, you're done. Day 3, if there's anything you want to do, let me know. If not, we can move along to day 4.
Yeah, -1 now, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
by the way, my athletics check was 6.
6? Okay. You begin to climb the rope, and you just don't have the muscular fortitude to get all the way up, and you slide down. I want you to take from the rope burn 1 point of rope burn damage. We'll call it fire damage.
I'm gonna do my daily.
You're gonna do it?
Try to get that 30.
Okay.
Let's see.
Rin will cast Enhance Ability on you once more,
Yep.
and you get another Bardic Inspiration.
All right.
And you can go along with the spells too. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Roll high, man. You get advantage.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
It's impossible. I can't. It'll be 30 even if I roll a 10.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you need...
I need 30. I need 31, right?
Did you guide yourself?
I didn't. Yeah, that's with guidance. There's no way. If I roll this final D10 and even get a D10, I'm at 30.
Yeah, you need a 10. Roll it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
30 is what you need.
30 is what I need.
Yes. That's... In my setting a DC 30, nearly impossible. So, roll a 10, man. No? 9?
8.
Ah. All right. Hey, you uncovered a lot of secrets there, so you'll get it though. You'll get it.
Spell roll.
Go for it. Same deal. Enhance ability, Bardic Inspiration.
$25.
25?
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
You unlocked one more list of spells.
Nice.
So you're getting the sense that you probably have to roll a 30 or like a 28 or something for this list of level 9 spells.
Sure.
But I actually need to do one thing here because I reprinted this shit out and I forgot to cut it for you. I honestly wasn't sure if you were gonna roll this high. You guys get to see how I make magical items with my scissors. Pass that on down to Fassbender.
Here you go, sir.
All right.
Jeez.
You're well along your way, man.
I'm gonna learn spell. Learn a spell or two.
Go for it. What do you want to learn?
I'm gonna say bestow curse is kind of tempting.
Yeah.
Seems all right.
What spell did you try to learn and you failed, though?
I think that was sending, maybe.
Go for it.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
So with the same.
No D10. Yeah, I mean, you're over there. Mila's playing her harp. Yeah, she got no one else to inspire, so she's just constantly throwing you inspirations.
21.
21? Yeah. Without fail, you learn the sending spell. I will add that to your list as well.
Right. I'm gonna do that Liamon's tiny hut.
Okay. That's a 3rd level?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Ooh. Nice.
And what time of the day is it right now?
After you finish reading, it was about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
27.
27.
27. Got
You're
it.
good.
Thunderstep? What does that do? I'm guessing it just makes a tremor, stomp my feet or something.
It's what the first time you fought Rizahl in that courtyard,
Yeah.
that's what he used on you.
Oh, it like made the cracks in the ground, right?
No, he just summoned thunder to him, but then he teleported a good 30 feet.
Oh.
It's like Misty Step, but it also deals damage.
Mhm.
So you can call the thunder. Anyone within 5 feet of you takes lightning damage or thunder damage, and then you can teleport up to 30 feet, I believe.
Okay. I see Misty Steps here.
Yep.
It's a pretty good one.
That you watched Regulus was Misty Stepping
All the time.
in the battle. He was using the
Sword.
the sword. That's a level 2, right?
Yep.
All right, go for it.
Misty Step.
I also would say 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't get a D10. She's out of her inspirations for the day.
19.
19? All right, you got it. Misty Step.
Right. Visibility.
Shit, man, you might as well.
Right.
Sure, yeah. I would say, and at this point, you're probably nearing the end of the day. So
Okay.
we can go back to you if you had anything you wanted to
No,
do.
no, I'm good. I was
Okay.
just gonna just.
What'd you get?
Even at best, it'll be a 6. So.
Okay. No dice. All right. Okay. So what are we on? Day 3. Day 3 comes to a close. Is there anything you guys want to do before you take your long rest?
Nope.
Yep.
All right. You are greeted once more by the morning. You all can complete your long rests. You didn't have exhaustion, so you're good.
Yep.
Could get my hit point.
Yes.
Roper.
You get your 1 hit point back. We are now at day 4. And I want you all to make perception checks.
6.
Okay.
16.
23.
Oh, no, wait. 20.
How about Galvin?
He rolled a 2. So yeah, that's
I got
that.
22, actually.
22.
Yeah.
You got a 23.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
12.
Okay.
6.
6. You two see. First off, you all notice, even with your 6, you notice light snowfall starting to hit you guys. There's cloud cover, no sun. Off in the distance, you see small archipelago of islands, and this set of 2 islands that you can only assume is the Cloud Cliff Keep. There's a large cliff at the southernmost side of it. And just look at the table real quick here. You notice something strange happening around the island itself. With those rolls, I would say you could kind of discern about 5 miles, in a radius of 5 miles around the southernmost tip of the island. You see the snowstorm that you're flying through. It seems to be thickening in a strange way. Fassbender and Trios, make nature checks.
$17.
10. Trios, you notice that this doesn't seem natural to you. Clouds and the storms usually move in mass. This seems like it's coming from a source on the island. I would say by the end of today, maybe sunset, you're gonna be approaching that storm. And at this point, Davin walks up to you all. You all see that storm brewing by the cloud cliff?
I did not. I rolled a 6.
Go back to your room. I would advise we try to work our way south below the storm if possible. It might give us another day's worth of travel, but we should try to stay away from that if possible.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to avert my course. Alright. So, with that said, you guys notice the ship begin to veer a little more west than normal, or what has been happening the past few days. And the storm grows in immensity. What you saw as this unnatural forming storm cloud is now this massive, almost hurricane-like gale wind. You can see it off in the distance, but it just seems massive and extremely dangerous. And the storm can't veer. It veers enough to where you're gonna miss it, but you're kind of right there on the line of the storm, and it's most certainly unnatural. It seems like something magical is causing it.
Are you freaking out about the storm? Yeah.
He hates lightning and thunder. Stop. Don't even pay attention to him.
What's the captain's name?
Davin Forsyth. A few more hours pass, and I want you all to make another perception check.
17.
Perception.
9.
22.
22.
Okay. You three notice this massive figure begin to just hover.
Oh no. Storm giant.
You can only assume it's that. You're so far away, and it looks like that. It looks massive. Massive.
Even from far away.
I would say, yeah, you're about 600 feet away,
Shit.
and he's just hovering, and he begins to holds his hand back, and it seems like he summons the force of the wind, and he throws this javelin of wind at you.
What a douche.
Does the ship have HP also?
It does.
Yeah, right?
So, if you guys have anything with that kind of range, I don't know if you do, it's 600 feet.
I thought you were gonna say, "You guys have anything you want to say to each other?"
I'm gonna roll, actually, yeah, I'm gonna roll a d20. Just to see what he decides to hit. Alright. Okay. I'm not going to do this because I think it's kind of unfair. I want one of you to roll a dexterity... Actually, no, my bad. This is not that. This is this. Okay. You watch as this wind javelin comes crashing into the side, the hull of the ship. Taking 19 points of damage to the hull, rocking you all. I need everyone to make dexterity saving throws.
Am I at a disadvantage?
Saving throw.
I'll save for, okay.
22.
9.
7.
You both fall prone to the ground. Dexterity saving throw. Oh, he's good.
Yeah,
21.
Yeah, 20.
You both keep your footing. I need to do one for Gallandale and Rin.
What's 17?
Gallandale rolled a natural 20.
So,
Rin rolled a 2. Rin is also knocked prone.
3.
And then I'm going to do one for the crew.
I have a plus 3.
Okay, yeah, 17. But what did you say 17 down there?
That's your
Dex.
your dex. That's your stat right now. So you have dexterity 17, you have strength 12.
So everyone but the tiefling fell prone. You two fell prone. With the tiefling, Rin is also prone. We're going to go turn by turn. We're not going to really do an initiative thing. So you all have an action, bonus action, and movement if you'd like. We'll just go around the table. What do you guys want to do? You're standing. You just saw this wind javelin hit the airship. I almost said plane. Yeah, what do you want to do? And you also hear Davin call out,
Choose you want to level your dexterity.
"We're being attacked by the storm giant!
Don't tell me now.
I suggest we get to the lower deck!"
Let's go to the lower deck.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Alright. You want to go to the lower deck?
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Fassbender. We're just going to go around the table.
I guess I'm gonna go to the lower deck too.
Okay.
Shit, yeah, man.
You're all going?
Shit.
You use half your movement to get up.
Alright.
So you bonus action dash. It'll probably get you just to the stairs.
Okay.
Same for Rin. Konrad is fine. He kind of does the whole kick off your back and onto your feet thing, being a rogue. So you all make your way to the lower deck.
Fassbender, when's the last time you used that little hut of...
I've never used it yet.
I thought you did use it. A hut?
No, I just learned it. We had something else another time. We used some sort
That
of.
was for our one-off game.
Oh, okay.
You use that.
Yeah,
Lehman's tiny hut.
that's what I thought. Yeah.
You don't think it probably wouldn't be too good because like the relativity of the ship? I mean, I guess you cast it on a space, but I mean, you just learned it, so you probably didn't have time to prepare.
I wouldn't say I did.
Yeah.
I just learned it.
At this point, Regulus, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
16.
16.
Yeah.
Alright, you're gonna take, oh my lord, I rolled so fucking high. 36 lightning damage.
Were you still on deck?
Because he fell prone, he was
Oh.
just there at the top of the
Oh.
steps. you watch as a thunderbolt apparates from the sky and crashes down onto you, dealing you 36 points of thunder damage. Yeah, so back to you. Anything you want to do, Trios?
Am I underneath?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait.
Okay.
I'm good. I didn't get hit.
You didn't get hit, no, but it seems like the ship is probably going to get hit again.
Shit. What can we do?
I don't know.
How far are we from
Can I grab Regulus?
You want to help him?
Try to help him get underneath?
Or, yeah,
He
I would
just
say
got hit, right?
with your movement, you can grab him, drag him. It's going to be half your movement speed. You could spend a key point to use Step of the Wind.
Sure.
The ship has no defenses besides the people on it.
No defenses. It does have a beefy hull, but
And no weapons, no offense at all.
How far are we from the giant?
600 feet.
600 feet. And by the next turn,
It sounds like if we hide inside, he's just going to annihilate the ship.
Shit.
So we
So
may have to
maybe
go out and fight.
just fight this thing? How do we fight this thing?
Fuck.
we don't have any range attacks. I mean,
It's
yeah.
sitting pretty 600 feet away, though.
I mean, we're trying to fly away from the giant, so I'm pretty sure we'll farther.
Is there any way, Davin looks to you all, is there any way you could continue on your journey and we just veer off course and get away from the storm giant?
Yeah, there's definitely. We can wind walk.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think of.
And that would probably get you to Levery
Yeah.
with your knowledge of the spell.
Yep.
If we could avoid the fight, I would like
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd hate to see this
Yeah.
awesome ship that we just found get destroyed.
Get
run up on the
annihilated.
ship.
Yeah.
That would suck.
It's a minute casting time.
Yep.
So if you want to start the casting time.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Start the cast.
All right. At this point, another wind javelin hits the ship. And you all feel as the ship gets rocked. I need you all to make dexterity saving throws.
Dex.
23.
14.
27.
12.
You're all good.
Yes.
You just catch your footing. I need you to make a concentration check to maintain concentration while you're casting the spell. You're a warcaster, so you have advantage. That is
19.
okay. You maintain concentration.
Can I step back outside?
Sure.
And then
I love it.
we are 600 feet away
Just
from
got
the
hit with a
giant.
thunderbolt.
Yeah.
He's going right into the face of
Peeking out
danger.
again.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I'll use command. Because it has to be a creature I see within range, right? Does that mean that I can still use command? Or no?
What's the range of command?
It doesn't specify.
It should.
Speak one word command to a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed in
Look at the top of the spell block.
Oh shit, 60 feet. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Fucking A.
There you go.
Damn it.
I thought you were gonna think to use it, but you're too far away at this point.
Let's see. I want to see what I have at my disposal.
You feel the ship get rocked once more. You got to go 10 rounds of this to cast this wind walk. This, as you feel it gets hit, but it seems like the javelin of wind just sort of glanced it. None of you have to make dex saves at this moment. I still need you to maintain concentration though, as the shake still kind of almost can break your concentration. You do have advantage because of Warcaster. So. Is your head still peeking out?
No.
You went back in?
Yeah.
11.
11?
Yeah.
You just maintain concentration. 10 or higher is what you're going to need for this, alright?
For all 10 rounds?
For all 10 rounds.
Fuck me!
You do notice that Davin is on the top of the deck. He is steering the ship. So I don't know if one of you guys wants to go out there and kind of help him or not you? Because you're I wouldn't if I were you, but
Can I get that chick to play her lute?
to inspire you.
Yeah.
Sure. She inspires you.
Awesome.
Add another D10 to your next concentration check.
Awesome.
The next one, no dexterity saving throws. The damage did not reach the threshold, but the ship does take another 8 points of damage. And at this point, you watch the Dragonborn and the dude with the guns and the bandana.
Nice.
They're like, we need to start repairing the hull, and they start grabbing their tools. They have some planks of wood, and they begin making some repairs.
I'm probably going to help them out also.
You're gonna help them?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So instead of adding a D12, that's gonna be an extra D12 thanks to your help.
Yeah.
And that is 5 hit points back to the ship. But hey, everything counts, right? So we're in round 4. You guys get hit with another wind javelin, and I need dexterity saving throws from everyone.
Oh no, broke.
16.
You're good?
Okay.
16.
You're good?
Ring broke.
Oh, Rin! Her arm, always falls off. Sorry.
Yeah, that happens a lot. 18.
Okay, you're good. Give me a concentration check now. No one's knocked prone. You can add a D10 if you want, but if you roll high enough and you feel like you want to save it, the Bardic Inspiration lasts for 10 minutes.
10.
10?
Holy shit.
Okay. You maintain concentration.
Damn it.
Mila, seeing that you use your inspiration, she's going to inspire you once more.
Thank you.
I
Oh my god.
don't have anything that can give you like an advantage roll right now.
Actually, if you stand near him, you have the aura that gives plus something to saving throws if people are 10 feet near you. That's not, so no one needs to make,
saving throws. Yes. Thank you.
so what is it, plus 1?
Oh, for my saving throws? Plus 3.
You okay, so you actually can add a plus 3 to your saving throws because of his holy aura, or whatever the ability is called.
I didn't realize this too. I got +1 on saves too.
Because of the ring. That's all combined into your constitution save, though.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
So the hull gets hit once more. We're into round 5. And
Dex.
it's not... It doesn't shake everyone as badly, so you don't have to, but you need to make a concentration check.
Right.
Constitution saving throw with advantage. And you add plus 3 to your ultimate roll.
Yeah. It's gonna be 19 or higher. So.
Okay, you're good. So, with that said, you hear Davin cry out, and it seems like he got hit. You hear as a loud thunderbolt crashes into the deck of the ship. He needs to make a dex save. He might be good here. He's good. He's gonna take 23 points of damage still. You hear him cry out, "A little help on deck, maybe just a distraction!" That's gonna be his turn. The ship gets hit once more. So I need a concentration check from you.
Just concentration.
Just a concentration, the damage did not hit the threshold. Been rolling low. 6, 7.
I wish I had less equipped.
You know what? That actually gives Rin a good idea.
22.
She casts Bless on you, Konrad, and Regulus. So you all get to add a d4 to any saving throws or attack rolls. 22, you're good. Now we're in round 6. And you watch as Fassbender is just holding the Windfell, muttering this incantation. I will say, with Windwalk, what's the range on Windwalk? You're going to have people group up eventually. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
But that's at the very end of the spell, so...
Windwalk.
So 2...
30 feet.
Okay. Alright, so if you're all at the lower deck right now, I think you're good. If anyone goes to the upper deck,
Yep.
it's going to be a problem. So...
Okay.
Okay. Hull is going to get hit once more. I need dexterity saving throws from everyone. You and you two can add a d4 to that dexterity save.
It's right. 18.
14.
12, you're good.
Oh, a D4.
You're good with the 14. But yeah, if you ever need
Oh, I
to.
had a D4, sorry.
Yeah, what'd you roll though?
I got a 14.
You're good, you're good, you're good. What'd you roll? For your dex?
The dex?
Yep.
12.
Okay. We are now into round 7. You hear another loud thunderbolt crash into the deck. Davin rolled a natural 20, so he's only going to take half damage.
How are we gonna kill this thing?
I don't think we can, bro.
Let's can we call Charlie? Can Charlie kill this thing?
I think gonna eat Charlie.
Oh man.
Charlie travels like what? 15 walking speed?
Well, he's a fly speed, but it is slow.
Yeah.
Davin. Davin yells out, "A little healing!
Is that
Perhaps some healing!"
Where's Ren?
Is that the airship? That would look
I can't
crazy.
leave the side.
The tortoise.
You're gonna stay. Oh yeah, you're gonna stay by him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flying toys?
You didn't make a concentration check. Make a concentration check. You succeed. You get 2 more rounds. Add your d4.
Are we fighting this thing?
I don't think so.
I got
bro.
an 18.
I thought we were wind walking away.
We
Yeah,
are.
you are.
I gotta
But
concentrate for 10
Oh,
rounds.
Yes.
this is fucking.
because he's casting a spell, he
Concentrate.
needs to concentrate
Okay.
on the spell.
So 10
I
rounds
got
is
it.
1 minute.
Rin looks and she says, "I need to go heal him. Cover me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Someone should just come up with me just in case."
I'll go with her.
Okay. So she's gonna dash. Use all of her movement and her action. She's gonna cast Healing Word at 3rd level. And actually, let me just see the range on this, because she might not even have to run up to him, although she is thinking maybe her next turn. Ooh, it's gonna be tricky, man. Oh, it's 60 feet? Okay. She's gonna stay there at the foot, at the top of the steps.
Within 30 feet.
Cast Healing Word at 3rd level. That's gonna give him 8, 9, 12 points of healing. You guys can't see Davin. And at this point, the 2 bosuns are done with the repairs. You're done helping them with the repairs. They run up, and they you hear a large loud blast, as you can only assume that this is this one rifle shooting at this storm giant. And the beauty is, with this fucking gun, he actually has the range to do it. So, just pull him up real quick. So, that's gonna hit, and that's 2d12 plus 5. And that's going to be 17, 22 points of damage to the storm giant. And you hear Davin, "Thanks, Venos! He's probably going to target you next! I need everyone, hold on. Yeah, I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
20.
As the ship takes 15 more points of damage. The hull seems to be withstanding this.
10.
And it seems like the Storm Giant is using its Thunderbolt to target humans or people. If he used the Thunderbolt to target the hull, he probably would be dealing more damage to you guys.
10.
10's just what you needed.
11.
Good.
Oh, I still get the plus. So,
Yep.
14.
And I got another plus 4 too? So it doesn't matter anyway, I got 10.
Yeah, you got the 10, you're good.
Yeah.
But you do get the plus 4.
14.
You're good. Okay. Concentration check. With advantage. So that's 5. What'd you get? It's a Constitution saving throw. So add your Constitution modifier.
I got 11.
No, just Fassbender.
Do I also get that plus 4 again? Okay, good. 14.
14.
Yeah, because before it was 11.
You maintain concentration.
Whew.
You have one more round.
Come on.
You said he targets people, right?
He's been targeting people. Rin is going to cast Healing Word once more at 3rd level on Davin. So that's going to be 9 points of healing. Van Os is the one with the gun. He needs to make a dex save. He fails. He is going to take... Of course, the captain gets hit the hardest. This guy. You hear another loud crash of thunder. And you hear Van Os... Ugh! We're going to do... one more round, and at this point, you know that Rin needs to be within 30 feet of you. So,
Okay.
I would say you can use your movement to get closer,
Yeah.
but you can't call out to her because you're muttering the incantation against the spell.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so
right.
maximize position.
Okay. You kind of sit there 30 feet in between everyone. The hull takes another 4 points of damage. No dex save needed, but you need to make a concentration check.
I got it. 80.
Yeah, all right. At that moment, you all turn into the mist, wind, wispy forms that you did the first time he cast Windwalk on you guys, and you took Windwalk. You all become these humanoid versions of wind, and you can now fly a fly speed of 300 feet, and you can take the dash action. That's all you can do. You can't talk, but you guys can get the fuck out of there if you want. So
Nice boogie.
Yeah, so as we do that, we're disappearing, we yell to them, you know,
Okay.
thanks for everything, sorry for the damage, get your asses out of here.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. And as you fly
Do you have
up,
a smell?
It's like fresh cookies.
yeah. You ever smell something that's claimed to have like odor free? That's what you guys smell like.
Breeze.
As you guys begin to fly up, you notice the storm giant is just throwing these wind javelins, but you do see the wind ship is veering off course, and at a certain point, the storm giant, he's not moving forward, he's just kind of holding his ground. He throws one last wind javelin, and it just veers out of range, and he
So
can't
they're out
hit
of
it
range.
anymore.
Cool.
They're just out of range.
Nice.
So you know that they're safe. You do also know that you can contact them via sending if you need to. So, you take the next 8 hours to fly your way to Port Levery. And that's where we're going to pick up next time, guys. So, good shit.
I was waiting for harpies.
Yeah, there was a certain chance that they came, but you guys got the Aarakocras instead. So, you lucked out.
It's cool, Nick. It's getting cool.
Just wait, guys. Just wait.
How strong is that?
The Storm Giant?
I like the build up to season 2.
How strong is that?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you hit points, but
What's the challenge rating?
16.
Oh shit!
Yeah. He's not your average Storm Giant either. That's all. I'll leave you at that.
Fucking god or some shit. Then.
Kind of. Yeah. You could definitely go back to Cloud Cliff and avenge your friend's ship for sure, so...
So we were able to get like the whole crew with us as well?
No.
Oh.
Just you
Oh,
guys.
just us.
Just you guys.
They just turn around? Or
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, in your wind form, you can still perceive things, and you noticed that the Storm Giant was kind of holding his ground,
Yeah.
and the last javelin he threw, the ship was just out of range.
Alright, so we paid $2,000 for...
Yeah, but who knows?
I don't know.
What, prorated trip?
I know.
Yeah, exactly. You might get a prorated trip on the way back.
We did cause a lot of damage to their ship.
Yeah. So the ship has 300 hit points.
Oh, cool. So it's alright.
Storm Giant got it down to 195.
Okay.
Go.
Davin was down to 16 hit points at one point. So,
Damn.
yeah.
That's the thing, everything has hit points.
Yeah. I mean, a building has hit points, so.
Yeah.
All right. Well done, guys. We'll pick up next time in Port Levery. And, yeah. Can't wait to see what happens. Relax.